Okay. Okay. Whatever. It'll be fine. Listen up, it's going down. Ripping Splatlands, we're deep cut. Here we go. Breaking news for you two. Oh, what's it? You know, it's time for the Splatfest! For seahorses, the info's still downloading. What's your favorite? Spicy, sweet, or sour? No way, I'm hungry now. I had breakfast, brunch, and lunch. Is lunner a thing? Let's dig into some teams. First team spicy. Bringer of heat, make it hot and burn. You know, better than hurtin', sweet is the taste of happy. Girl, both of you, real taste heads, no sours superior. I'm actually not picky about food, you know, I'll eat anything. Like all my snacks. Where my wasabi munchy snacks went. If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't into them at all. They made my nose too tingly. It's the best part, I can't get enough of that sensation. Still, I can see how your sweet tooth like you couldn't handle it. Just look at your coffee. What's wrong with my coffee? It's like a drinkable candy bar. Barista for the things you make her do to coffee. Sweet sugar buzz is what gets me going. Rhymes with sour, and sour is the best of all, like pickled plums. It's pickled plums for you. Just you wait, I'll make you some sour spot. Scorched by the curry and kimchi to taste sour stuff. Isn't kimchi not spicy? Or is that that's a white people thing, right? Thinking kimchi is spicy. Like, how white people think ketchup is spicy. Up your Splatfest. Alright, so Splatfest announcement. I said it when the Splatfest was announced a few weeks ago. Right, of the 3 teams, sour already off the board. Only sour thing I like is sour gummy worms, and even then I'm kind of fed up with them. Spicy, I actually cannot handle spicy. You know, I know I just made a dig at white people finding ketchup spicy, and like that's fucking ridiculous. Like white people, but like that aside, like actual like spice. No, I'm not a spicy guy. I mean, every once in a while, there's this one local place that has the best salsa in the world. Like, oh my god, it's so good. But no, I'm not really a spice guy. Of course, there is that video of me doing the one chip challenge from what 2016, 2017. I think it must have been 2017. So that exists, but no, I'm all aboard Team Sweet. Yeah, obviously. I'm all aboard Team Sweet. Duh. Like, obviously. Sweet is the way to go. Oh, that's a cute one. It's Pinky Pie. Oh, God. Are we really starting up Ink the Base again? So, for tonight's show... You know, normally whenever I come into these, I'm always like... Oh, tonight's going to be a short show, and then we end up going like 2 hours anyways. Not today. Not today. Today's going to be a long show. Just straight up, yeah. Today is not like oh, it's going to be a short show, oh, 2 hours. No, today we're going to go for at least 4. Just preempting that right now, because today we are doing in review. Well, we're probably going to go for 4. I say that right now. We'll actually see how long we actually go, but... I'm prepped for today to be a longer show because it's Game of the Year time. Usually, I'm one of those people who waits until, right, the year is over for Game of the Year. But tonight I have time to stream. I've got plans for New Year's Eve tomorrow, and I'm doing nothing on the 1st. So, yeah. I just decided, you know what? Let's do Game of the Year. Let's do 2022 in review. You know, let's do all that tonight. So that way we just don't have to worry about it. You know? Keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. And next week we'll be back for the Splatfest. I think it's next week anyways. Yeah. I'm just keeping it simple this week. Because I want to say, not last year, but like 3 years ago, there was actually a Splatfest on New Year's. Yeah, the last, I think it was, right, it was, would you rather go to a party or would you rather hang out with your friends? Or it was something like that. There was a Splatfest in Splatoon 2. That was 3 or 4 years ago now. Because the Switch is about to enter its 6th year, which really blows my mind. You know? So there is no news tonight. Even if there was, we don't have any news stories. There's technically one, which we will talk about at the end. Because on top of, looking at, doing 2022 in review, we're also looking ahead to 2023. That's also the plan tonight. We'll do that at the end. So that'll be like the last hour. But this year, it's mostly, we're going to go over 2022 in review. We're going to talk about all the good things that happened, which I do want to specifically say that as well. We're not going over everything that happened. I'm not breaking it down month by month or anything. And we are primarily focused on pop culture. Because, and we're mostly keeping things positive. Because, if you want those negative sources, go right the fuck ahead. Do whatever you want. But I'm going to try to keep things positive. I know it's a foolish endeavor to go into the, hoping that things will change, because literally it's just an arbitrary day tomorrow. But I'm going to at least try. So yeah, I'm going to, there's no politics, we're not talking, so if you want any of that, go find it. If you want someone talking about, I don't know, the war in Ukraine, or the overturning of Roe v. Wade, or Trump's raid on Mar-a-Lago, or the continued coronavirus, if you want any of that go find those sources elsewhere. That's not what we're talking about tonight. Tonight we're keeping things positive and upbeat. I mean, not everything's hunky-dory glory, but we're doing Game of the Year, my top 10 games of the year. We are not doing top 10 worst games of the year. I mean, I don't even know if I were to make a top 10, worst games list, I don't even know if I could get more than 2 things on it. Just because, yeah. That's not really what the point of tonight is. If that makes sense. Because, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, every year fucking sucks. So at least I can pretend like there are good things. Because there are. And, we live in a culture obsessed with pop culture and cult fandom and yada yada yada, capitalism, yada yada. Let's just roll with it and have fun. So, we'll do Game of the Year at the end. We'll do that at the end. For now, we're doing 2022 in review. We'll talk movies, television, anime. I got a book or 2 on here. Just a lot of stuff. So let's start off with movies. So let's just start off with what I did. Recently, I watched Glass Onion. It came to Netflix last week. And I sat down to watch it. I went to my parents' place. I watched it with them while on Christmas Eve, or on Christmas Day, on their TV with motion smoothing still on, because yeah. And honestly, I really liked Glass Onion. It's not as good as Knives Out. I do agree with the other sentiment that no. Knives Out is still the better movie. It's more cohesive. I like the characters and the overall structure more. But Glass Onion is not bad by any means. Did I know who the killer was immediately? Yes, of course I did. But that's not the point. The same thing was true about Knives Out. Admittedly, it probably took me like an extra like 20 minutes. But no, I do not care about who the killer is in these movies. That's what makes them good. I don't care about who did it. I care about how they did it. In the sequence of events that lead us to that place. Right? The first movie, the moment the Benoit Blanc walks into the movie, he already knows who the murderer is. Right? He figures it out instantly. But you then have the rest of the movie that is still really good. And yeah, that's this one, right? Like, there's a point in this movie where, because they're all coming to this island for this murder mystery investigation, right? That's supposed to be staged. And Benoit Blanc figures it out instantly. Like, before someone has even died, he's already figured out the fake murder mystery. And yeah, because the point isn't the murder. It's everything that leads us up to that point. And then, so it's a great movie on that. I love its use of the coronavirus and, the modern day, right? Like, literally fucking Dave Bautista's character is literally supposed to be like your Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan type of guy. The Miles something, I don't remember the guy's last name, is literally just fucking Elon Musk. I've also seen him compared to Mark Zuckerberg, and that's probably pretty accurate as well. But honestly, with his boastings and whatnot, it really does remind me more of Elon Musk. Mainly in the fact that he's never had an original idea himself and just steals everybody else's original ideas. Yeah, no. This is in the year Elon Musk bought Twitter. Yeah, this movie is just an absolute teardown of him. Right? As just the lowest possible person. Not like he gives a shit. He's a billionaire with one of the biggest egos, also just riddled with insecurities. So he might actually give a shit. I say that. Because, Donald Trump, for all his posturing and whatnot, he gave a shit when people made fun of him. I mean, that's the whole reason he ran for president. Obama made fun of him, so he ran for president. But yeah, everything about Glass Onion is fantastic. Like I said, I do think the first one is better. But this one is still really good. It's fun, it's intriguing. I will say, if I had a problem with it, it starts off slow. Like, the first 50 minutes is all set up, right, to get us to where we're going. But then, after you get those first 50 minutes, the second it twists, it just becomes great, right? It literally basically tells the same movie twice, but just from two different perspectives. And it's fantastic. It works really well. But yeah, so it is a little slow on the start. But once it picks up, oh boy, does it pick up. And yeah, to the end, I was like, yeah. And it's a great case of, the Chekhov's gun. If you're going to set something up, you have to pay it off. It literally pays off every single little thing. It's such a tight script. It really is impressive. What else? And there's going to be tons of stuff. I'll be honest, I did not watch that many movies this year. Like, in the grand scheme of things, and there's a ton of stuff I'm forgetting. Like, I just looked at this. I don't have Top Gun Maverick on here. I enjoyed Top Gun Maverick. It was really good. I don't really have much to say, right, that people haven't already said. Just, yeah, go watch Top Gun Maverick. I think it's on Paramount+. I'm not the biggest fan of the first Top Gun, but yeah, the second one was really good. Tom Cruise is just so fucking... Oh my god. He's a psychopath. But he's really fucking good at what he does. The Batman was this year, which I honestly kind of... There's a lot of stuff from, like, the first, 6 months of the year that... Because we're in the post-COVID time. And every year feels like 2 or 3 years. And as a result, right, like, you could have told me the Batman was, like, a year or two ago, and I would believe you. Because, yeah, post-COVID times are weird. But the Batman was really good. based on the trailers, I was actually kind of dreading the movie. But no, I was completely wrong. Everything I feared with it, like its understanding of Batman, its execution of the character, nope. It got. I saw there was someone, not comic historian. I don't remember who they were. Recently on TikTok, talking about like, oh, how the Batman is a good movie, not a good Batman movie. They're completely fucking wrong. No, the Batman is a good Batman movie. The Christopher Nolan movies are good movies that aren't that feature Batman but aren't about Batman. Right? That's how I would describe the Nolan movies. But no, Matt Reeves' The Batman is a great Batman movie. It has a really good understanding of the character, specifically in his like first few years. I really am excited. I hope that I'd love for them to do Mr. Freeze in the sequel. I want them to do Robin in the sequel. I don't think they will do either of those things. That's if I had one problem, it's that we really just need a Batman movie to do Robin. Right? It doesn't need to be a big thing. It can just be, hey, guess what? Here's Robin. Right? Maybe you don't even have to like, you could literally just say it happened between movies. Right? Like, or just start off with it and just be like, yep, here's Robin. I don't think you have to make as big of a deal out of it as some of these movies think. But yeah, we'll see. But no, I did enjoy the Batman. I was really impressed with it. Great movie. So the MCU this year. So we'll talk about the TV stuff in a little bit. I watched a lot more TV than I did movies, but the MCU movie wise this year, not actually that great. I mean, Black Panther was good. I enjoyed Black Panther. I wasn't blown away by it, but I enjoyed it fine enough. It was fine. You know, it was better than fine. It was probably actually good. But I wasn't like blown away by it, right? I think the first one is just all around better. Even though they're kind of the same movies. And that's probably part of it. Thor Love and Thunder was super... I wanted it to be... Because I like Ragnarok. I still like Ragnarok. But Love and Thunder just didn't do it for me at all. Like, I wanted to like Love and Thunder way more than I actually did. Which sucks. It makes me fear for Guardians 3. Except for the fact that Guardians 2 was good, so we'll probably be fine. And then there was a third MCU movie this year. I have no idea. Oh, Doctor Strange? Yeah, Doctor Strange came out this year. It was fine. You know, it was a very Sam Raimi movie. Right, but I liked it. I didn't love it or anything. But it was fine. It was a fine movie. Yeah, it was, honestly, the MCU, wasn't the worst thing in the world this year. It just wasn't that great. I'm hoping next year Phase 5 will be better, but we shall see. We'll talk about that near the end. But yeah, the MCU, movie-wise, I feel like there's also something I'm forgetting. Because Doctor Strange was, May? I feel like there's something I'm forgetting in, January or February. But I legitimately can't remember anything. Just overall, right, Phase 4, I don't think Phase 4 is as bad as people think it is. But it's also not that as good as, some of the previous stuff. It's kind of like Phase 1 in that aspect. Phase 1, yeah, sure, the original Iron Man's really good. But Iron Man 2 sucks. Thor is okay-ish, I guess. Captain America is okay-ish. Iron Man 2 is terrible. Iron Man 2 is awful. And then the Avengers is good. So yeah, it's kind of like Phase 1 in a lot of ways. You know, you had those good things like Black Panther, and then you had the bad things, like Ragnarok. Or, not Ragnarok. Love and Thunder. But the two movies I really got to highlight this year that were so good. Marcel the Shell. So Marcel the Shell was A24. It's based on those little animated skits from back in the day. And it's like a fake documentary, right? It's done in that documentary style, just about this little shell named Marcel. And at the time, I described the movie as melancholic, right? There's just something, like, not depressing, just kind of this sense of, like, sadness, this melancholy that runs throughout it, even when it's not trying to be. And yeah, it made me fucking cry, man. Oh my god, did it make me cry. Oh god. But I really do. I don't know if... I know they were supposed to add A24 movies to Netflix. I don't know if they actually ever did. I can actually check right now. Or, no, not Netflix, HBO Max. But it's... I do highly recommend it. It was... It's kind of one of those things where it's like, I saw it so long ago, I kind of forgot about it. But then I was reminded, and I was like, oh yeah, that's really good. I don't think it's on HBO Max. It was supposed to be, I thought. But no, it's just, right, this little shell in this documentary style, trying to find his family, and I loved it. It was great. It's definitely one of those things that, like, yeah, I'd nominate it for Best Picture when the Oscars come around. It won't be, or it'll just be nominated for, like, animated or something. It'll get something stupid like that, but no, it deserves all the credit. The other movie I really liked is Everything Everywhere All at Once. I talked about this movie when it came out, when I went, right, because I heard people saying, like, oh, this movie's amazing. And on a whim, one day I was like, hey, yeah, I'm just going to go see it, right? It's playing at a local theater, finally. Oh yeah, I'm just going to go see it today, right? Just on it, off a whim. And yeah, everything I had heard about it was correct. It's amazing. I absolutely loved it. My favorite movie of the year. One of the best movies I've seen in years. Now, I did hear that it's actually kind of controversial at the moment. I don't know all the details, admittedly. I don't know all the details. I just know that there was, I guess, some controversy or something. Right, people were getting annoyed at everybody else telling them that the movie was good. You know, like anything popular, eventually when something becomes popular enough, a bunch of assholes show up, and then the counter movement starts. It happens with literally every popular thing in the world. And I guess the Daniels had to come in and be like, hey guys, fucking relax. So yeah, that was something that happened, but it doesn't change the fact that I loved the movie. It's absolutely great. It's a much, again, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness came out this year. Nothing multiversal, nothing madness about it. Everything Everywhere All at Once did, I mean, yeah, there were right, Multiverse of Madness, very little Multiverse of Madness in it. It all was very tame. Everything Everywhere All at Once, yeah, it makes the movie look like dog shit in comparison. Should they be compared? Probably not, honestly. They're very different movies, but it's really good. I highly recommend it if you've never seen it. Again, I know the backlash to the backlash and all that jazz. You know, just watch the movie, enjoy it, and don't engage with fandoms or whatever. You know, I know it's hard to do. That was a joke. But yeah, that's the thing. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. Anything else? Again, there's a ton of... This year was so long. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff I'm forgetting. RRR on Netflix was fucking wild. It's really hard. It's a crazy movie. That... I think they're making another one or something. Like, that got announced, like, this week. Or the directors are doing... Or their next project has been greenlit or something like that. It's a 3-hour movie. But I do... Holy shit. Holy shit, man. You just gotta see it to believe it. Avatar 2 was fine. I liked it. I did not see Puss in Boots 2, or The Last Wish. I meant to, and then I just ran out of time. You know, it's probably the first movie I will see next year. Animated movies, like Disney, Turning Red was okay. I like Turning Red, but Lightyear was underwhelming. Did not see Strange World, like, at all. Like, just wasn't that interested in it. Yeah, really, the only good animated movie was Marcel the Shell. I'm sure there's some other, like, I know there was that Sea Captain thing. Oh, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio was great. Yeah, I forgot. There were 3 Pinocchio movies this year, which is wild. The Disney one fucking sucked. The other one was awful, but we all knew it was going to be awful. No, the Guillermo del Toro one is good. That one, yeah, that one's an easy recommendation as well. I feel like I didn't really watch that many movies this year. Like, for me being, right, I used to be a movie guy, right? I used to watch movies all the time, once a week. And then I feel like COVID just killed that. But that's why I loved Everything Everywhere's All at Once, because it really was like, oh yeah, this is the movie. Right? Like, oh, if anything's going to get me back into movies, it's going to be this one. It didn't, but it really felt like it. Now, what I did watch a lot of was television. I was big into television this year. And there was so much. I narrowed it down to just 10 shows. But there was so much I watched this year. So this is just what I remembered. But there was so much good stuff this year. Inside Job Season 2. The first season might have also been this year. I kind of don't remember. It might have been last year. It's been a long time. But so Inside Job is an animated show about, like, this Cognito Inc. that's a conspiracy theory company. That's what they do. They're a conspiracy. They do conspiracy theories. And they address a lot of popular conspiracy theories. Oh, is the world flat? The shadow government? The second season deals with the Illuminati. Right, all sorts of stuff like that. Every episode takes on a different one. There was an episode on the Mandela Effect, Hollow Earth. They killed Jeff Bezos at one point. Keanu Reeves as a vampire. There's a ton of shit in it. The Robot President is the first episode. I did like it. You know, it gives off that sort of Gravity Falls vibe, especially because I think the creator worked on Gravity Falls. And Alex Hirsch is a producer. I think that's the reason why, because I saw him on Twitter promoting it. So yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Inside Job. 2 seasons. I hope they get a third. Well, actually, we don't actually know yet if they will, but I hope they do. Because the 2 seasons are really good. Both seasons end on decent enough cliffhangers. And the first season's cliffhanger did get paid off, in my opinion. So yeah, no, I'm curious to see where it's all going to turn out. I saw a conspiracy theory about the show, right? Like a theory about like what's going to happen at the end. I don't believe it for a second. I don't think that's how it's going to turn out. But oh boy, would that be interesting if that's how they pay it all off. I don't think they will, though. It's too, not obvious, but it's too like, yeah, I don't know about that. The Boys Season 3 was this year. So I watched The Boys Season 1. I enjoyed it. I did not watch Season 2 when it aired, but when Season 3 started airing, I was like, you know what? I need to watch Season 2. So that's exactly what I did. I watched Season 2. I enjoyed it. And Season 3 is fantastic as well. What I love about The Boys is, yeah, it's a show about superheroes. And a lot of people interpret it as like, oh, it's a show about like, just another one of those what if Superman was evil shows. But no, that's not what it is at all. I mean, yes, it's that. But it's mostly a show about the right-wing Republican media. That's what it's about. Right? Like, fans of The Boys had a meltdown. Fans, I use fans in quotes, when they realized the show was making fun of them because it was making fun of Republicans. Right? A bunch of these, like, right-wing fans who thought Homelander was, like, super cool. You know, in the same ways they, like, they get validation from like Rick and whatnot and the Punisher. But yeah, when The Boys just spends entire episodes just making fun of them and calling them idiots, and it finally clicked for a bunch, because it's been doing it the entire time, but it's been a lot more blatant in season 3, and it's just so fucking well done. Like it gets crazy, it goes to places, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and there are some gross fucking moments. But I thoroughly enjoyed what The Boys was doing with its third season. And but it's one of the, it's not, is it a take on evil Superman? Sure. But that's not what it's about. It's about the right-wing media and right-wing narratives as they try to take control of the world. I'm sure they're going to do something huge on like Roe v. Wade next year. Or whenever it comes back for a 4th season. Right? Because that's a very obvious thing to tackle. And they kind of already have that with like their whole superheroes in the military thing. There's a very obvious way. And they kind of already have. But yeah, the 3rd season, and it's not all like, because like the heroes aren't also like perfect either. Like, you shouldn't idolize Homelander, but you also shouldn't idolize Huey either. They both have their fucking flaws. And the other thing, as I should say, it's so much better than the comics. The Boys comics are fucking garbage. Like, they're the type of things that the show would make fun of. Like, oh my god. But that's a story, that's a whole other thing. Also in comic books, Invincible was this year, which honestly, it's been a long year. I kind of forgot that was this year. But Invincible was also another superhero show on Amazon Prime. And it was so good. I'd read the comics years ago. And we'll talk a little about the comics later. But I had read the comics years ago. And then I heard it was finally getting a show. You know, they were actually doing animation. And the animation is great. The show, it fixes a lot of the comics' problems. Not perfect. But, you know, it fixes a lot of the comics' problems. I know some people didn't entirely, like, all the hate on Amber, right? Some people just didn't get it. But they change a lot of things. Some of it is to build greater payoff. And it all just works really well. J.K. Simmons as Omni-Man kills it. He's so fucking great in everything. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that final episode, just getting all that payoff. Because, like, that happens in, like, the 3rd or 4th issue of the comics. And, no, the show takes an entire, like, 50-minute episode to really let it sink in. To really give it all the time it needs. And it pays off in every aspect. Like, I loved it. Honestly, Amazon Prime, even though I don't really think about them that much in the streaming wars, they've got some really good stuff. Oh, fuck. You know what I don't have on here real quick? I did watch this year. The one about the people living, it's not Convergence. What was it? What the fuck was it called? The Apple TV show. About, they go into work and they're like completely different people. What was that called? I'm looking it up right now. Severance. It was called Severance. I watched that this year. I don't have it anywhere on the list. I also do recommend that. It reminds me a lot of Westworld. So it's probably gonna have a terrible ending. Because Westworld fucking, oh my god, Westworld all fell apart. 2nd season onward. But the 1st season of Severance was really good. Great show. What else? Harley Quinn season 3 was this year. Harley Quinn is a fantastic show. I absolutely loved it. I don't know, it's one of those things that I've been meaning to watch for years. I finally started watching it last year. And season 3 this year was great. I loved it. I read the comics for it, because they did an Eat, Bang, Kill Tour comic. And it actually got me to buy comics. And those were a lot of fun. There's, I think, a run currently going right now in between seasons. But yeah, it's really good. I like that they're kind of integrating, because there was this whole debate about whether or not Harley Quinn is part of the Bat family. I'm gonna say not originally, but I think she has become part of the Bat family, and especially with some of the there's a webcomic called Wayne Family Adventures. Highly recommend it. Easily one of the greatest pieces of Batman media to come out in years since Harley Quinn, and I guess the Batman. I don't honestly, the Batman, all the elements I want them to add to Batman with Robin all come from that. It's so good. But I do kind of think of Harley Quinn as the Bat family now. But that's a whole other thing. The show was great. I love what they're doing, right? Where now they're sending away Bruce Wayne. He's going to jail. And now Harley's, right, teaming up with Robin and Dick. I hope it gets, God, I hope it gets more. I know HBO Discovery, again, one of those negative things we're not talking about. HBO Discovery, Warner Brothers exploding. That happened this year, and it fucking sucks. Because they were one of the best streaming platforms in the streaming wars. And yeah, it's all gone to shit. MCU-wise, since we're still talking about superheroes, a lot of it was, it was all okay. There was nothing, TV-wise, there was nothing that blew me away. But I don't remember there being anything that bad. The highlights were Miss Marvel. So Miss Marvel, I have read the comics for Miss Marvel. They're one of the few comics I've actually read. And I did like the show. It definitely ends with a whimper and not with a bang. Right? Like, overall, it's definitely a lot. It's more setup than I probably would have liked. But I still did enjoy it. I'm more excited to see what they do with it in the Marvels next year. Or I hope to God it gets a second season. We know we're getting a second season of Moon Knight, which was also this year, and Moon Knight was fine. Honestly, Moon Knight was fine. I didn't really love the ending either. But to be fair, all these MCU shows kind of seem to have underwhelming endings. Even, yeah. So yeah, I just want them to do more. I know Miss Marvel is a great character. I know they're going to do great things with her. It's kind of like this was all set up. And it was more set up than I needed. Everything they did with the fucking genie people, whose names I'm forgetting right now, was kind of weird. Because, yeah, making her instead of making her a mutant, I think is fine. Because I'm convinced that if it wasn't for the fact that Fox owned the rights to the mutants, they would have just made her a mutant in the first place. The whole Inhumans thing is kind of whatever. So yeah, there are some weird things, but I'm excited for the Marvels. The other show was She-Hulk. I really enjoyed She-Hulk. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. It really depends on if you like the humor or not. But I did like the humor. I liked the ending. I know some people aren't going to like it, but I did. I liked all the stuff with Daredevil. Right? Better money, better bitches, all that stuff, better job. Yeah, no, I think they did Daredevil really well. I know we found out this week that Daredevil Born Again isn't going to have an R rating, and some people are like, oh, this is the worst thing ever. And I'm reserving my judgment for the moment. I mean, I kind of get it, but no, they can still do great with Daredevil. Charlie Cox is still in the role, and he did fantastic. Hopefully Vincent D'Onofrio is back as Kingpin. I know we're getting Echo next year as well, and Kingpin's in that. I don't know. I think it's all going to work out. I think people are too pessimistic on Echo. I honestly do think Echo could be good. I think people are giving that way too much shit. It might not be, but I think it could be. But no, I thought She-Hulk was a lot of fun. And, it really does come into, it was really funny to see She-Hulk have its finale. And be like, the problem with Marvel is that all these movies kind of end the same. Right? All these movies, all these shows, it's just the villain fighting an evil version of themselves. And I really hope they do. Right now that they themselves have called themselves out. If they pull it again, it's fucking, no, that's fucking it. But, not, it's just like, oh, you fucked up. But like then it was funny to see DC a week later release Black Adam, which did just that. The villain Sabak, whatever, was literally just evil Black Adam. But God, that movie's a fucking ugh. That's a whole other thing for another. That's a story for another day. But yeah, I did enjoy She-Hulk. I felt like, yeah, they used all right because they didn't like because it was still, yeah, sure, they had cameos. Wong, Mark Ruffalo came in to play the Hulk. They had Abomination, but I feel like it never overstayed its welcome. It was right. I praised Harley Quinn like last year for being a great show that tackles fan, because so many shows fuck up fans, right? Like attacking fan criticism. She-Hulk actually did it right by making the villains literal incels. Like it was one of those things where it's like, oh, they knew exactly how people were going to respond to this show, and they preempted it. So that was right. Intelligentsia was all really well done. That's in my opinion. Yeah, that was. I know Moon Knight was this year. It was fine. Werewolf by Night was. I know that was kind of a special event movie miniseries sort of thing, or like special. Yeah, it was more of like a special event. Werewolf by Night was fine. Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special was fine. What else? So now I guess let's do so we're done with the superhero part. Let's talk about the animated part, even though I know we started with Inside Job. Really should have moved that around. Dead End Paranormal Park. I don't know if both seasons were on Netflix this year, but I know the second season was. And that was really good. Right? These kids in an amusement park dealing with supernatural things. Ghosts, demons, angels in the second season. Has great representation, both racially and on the LGBTQ, right? A trans protagonist, fucking heartbreaking season 2 ending, but I want more. I think I said it at the time, but I looked into the books and I wasn't able to find copies of the books, but I'm pretty sure there was only 2 books and we've done everything from the first 2 books. So I hope we get more of this. I don't know. Nobody fucking respects animation anymore. So I like all these animated shows that I'm talking about how great they are. They could be canceled any second now. And Big Mouth gets another 10 seasons. But I really hope we get more of these. And Dead End Paranormal Park was fantastic. She-Ra. I finally watched She-Ra this year. Because I've been following... Oh, I think they go by... Let's just use ND Stevenson. I think they go by Nate nowadays. Let's just use ND Stevenson. I think that's still their... I know Twitter restricted everything. But, so I've been following them for years now. But I'd never watched She-Ra. It was mostly just following them on Twitter. So, finally, this year, I was like, I'm gonna watch She-Ra. I've been wanting to for a while now, and I don't know, just for some reason I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's watch it. So I sat down, and I watched She-Ra, all 5 seasons of it, and I really liked it. I enjoyed it. I liked all the characters. I liked everything with Catra and Adora. I knew it was coming. That had been entirely spoiled for me. Doesn't change the fact that I enjoyed it. I kind of wish we got more of it, or at least we got it earlier. But it was still a good, fun show. It, and not all. The 4th season definitely, because the 4th season is where it gets more tense because everybody hates each other. And like, I get why they hate each other, but it definitely does. You do definitely get some of the weaker episodes in the 4th season. The ending was good. They do technically set up everything. You do have some good moments. You have some moments I don't give a shit about. But you do have some good moments, some good payoffs. I loved the characters. That's what it all comes down to. Adora, Glimmer, and Bo are all great. Catra's a great villain. Hordak is fine. The stuff they do with her or with him and Entrapta is kind of interesting. But yeah, I did like it. some of my favorite moments, Princess Prom was great. Meeting Bo's parents was great. I love when they shift the time where we go back and it's as if the events of the show never happened because, they're stuck in the portal at the end of season 3. That was good. I liked the finale, which, again, I can't say about every show. I mean, it's honestly, if it wasn't for everything I'd heard about it, I easily could have seen myself going from She-Ra to Voltron, but I didn't because I've heard terrible things about Voltron's season finale. Same reason I haven't watched Cyberpunk or Darling in the Franxx, because I've heard terrible things about both those shows' finales. And I know you shouldn't let a show's terrible finale stop you from watching the entire thing. Well, depends. I mean, I still love, even though How I Met Your Mother has a terrible finale, I still love that show. I definitely feel like it's because of its terrible finale, nobody talks about it anymore. But it doesn't change the fact that I do like it. I don't know, I found out over the Christmas break that my parents are watching Game of Thrones right now. And I'm just like, oh, you like it now, but just wait until you get into those final 2 seasons. It's all gonna fall apart. So, yeah, we'll see about that. I'll have to report back. They're actually a good ways into the show. I think they're in season 7 right now. But yeah, I enjoyed She-Ra. It's one of like a dozen shows that I should have watched years ago. And I did do a lot of work with that, actually. Like, really, the only one on my list of shows like I really need to... there's actually 2 of them. Bluey, which we'll talk about later, and Hilda, which I've just been meaning to watch for years now. Speaking of shows I should have watched, Amphibia. So, I was recommended Amphibia. When the third season was airing. Really, like, I remember when the show was originally revealed, and I was like, whatever. But then the 3rd season started airing, and I heard, nothing but good things about it. So I was like, okay, finally, after finishing The Owl House, because I watched She-Ra, then from there I watched The Owl House finally, and then from there I watched Amphibia finally. And I enjoyed Amphibia. It's really good. I'm currently reading through the book, which is, it's okay. The book has been okay, but I'm currently reading through that. But no, Amphibia was good. I enjoyed it. It's one of those things that, I probably should have watched earlier. Supposedly there's a rumor it's getting a movie, and I'll be there to watch that when that happens, if it does happen. But I enjoyed that. Anne, Sprig, Polly, Hot Pop. Everything about it works really well. I loved Sasha and Marcy. They're just fun characters. And they're given... And the show has all the time it's need to do everything it wants to do. Which just makes me feel bad for the Owl House. That got prematurely canceled. So, yeah. But no, I'm glad I finally got to it. Once it finally got posted on Disney Plus, I was like, okay, I have to finally watch it now. I can't... There's really no more excuses. I mean, not like that's ever stopped me before. But, like, still. I don't know. There's entire hours of me talking about that one. So I'm not going to harp on it too long. But, of course, the best thing I watched this year was The Owl House. Yeah, I finally... Once the 2nd season got added to Disney Plus, I finally sat down and watched it. And it's even better than everyone was telling me it was. Like, one of the gold standards for TV, for, animated TV is Gravity Falls. And I made the potentially controversial statement that The Owl House is better. And, yeah, I still kind of stand by that. We'll see how the finale goes. We get another episode in, like, less than 20 days, or in more than, I think it's like 22 days or something like that. I think it's on the 20th. So we've got our next episode here shortly, and then the finale is in April. But so far, yeah. It sucks it got canceled. Absolutely terrible. Fuck Disney. But it's still... You still have to give it credit for what it does. it's still, at least they're giving it an ending. Like, God, if they had ended the show with the season 2 cliffhanger, oh my God. Right, that's some Symbiotic Titan level shit. Honestly, it might even be worse than that. God, I loved Symbiotic Titan. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I love all the characters. I love the world. It's fun. It's funny. It's heart-wrenching at points, right? It does everything, and it does it so well. Disney truly has a masterpiece on their hands. And of course, they're squandering it. Absolutely. I wouldn't expect anything less from the mouse. But what a fantastic show. Yeah, I find, right, it was a year of watching things, and I've been recommended this show. Even, again, when I saw Amphibia revealed, I was like, whatever, it looks fine. But when I saw The Owl House, I was like, oh, that looks interesting. And then when it started airing, I just didn't watch it. Really not, it's not having cable. I think that's one of the big things. I mean, I literally got cable just to watch the, thanks to them. I didn't, I mean, I stole my parents' cable, but shh, you didn't hear that from me. Oh God, Netflix is going to start restricting accounts, I've heard that. Ugh, wild. But no, The Owl House is everything it needed to be. I absolutely loved it. My favorite show of the year. And it's got some steep competition. I mean, easily Invincible or The Boys Season 3 could easily rack up against those. But no, I absolutely loved The Owl House so much. I don't want it to be over. But it is. It's really good. Again, I put out reviews of all 3 seasons. You can go find those on the main channel. And same thing with a lot of shows we talked about tonight. Oh, Rick and Morty Season 6 was this year, and it was not the worst thing in the world, but it wasn't great either. It was okay. You know, it had some terrible episodes, but it had some fine episodes as well. Yeah. So let's talk about an anime real quick. I did not, right, in the same way that I feel like I didn't watch that many movies, I also didn't watch that much anime. There's like a dozen things I feel like I'm forgetting when it came to anime. Like, I was thinking back of like, what animes did I watch this year? And I couldn't even name 10 shows, but I know I must have seen more than that. So these are just the things I'm thinking of. So I'm going to start off with Licorice Recoil. Just because I kind of like Glass Onion. I literally watched it like this week. So Licorice Recoil, it takes place in like future Japan. Or kind of future, it's an alternate Japan because you find out the secret organization has been like operating for like hundreds of years. Like in the shadows. But it's basically this alternate Japan, future Japan, where the government is kind of controlled by the secret organization that keeps people safe, right? They're like this big anti-terrorist thing. But to do it, they created the Spartan 3 protocol. Like, literally, it has child soldiers that are the Spartan 3s from Halo. Kind of. I mean, they don't go that far with the genetic augmentations like they do for the Spartan 3s. But yeah, literally, they just take a bunch of orphans and turn them into soldiers to carry out the government's whims and whatnot. And yeah, you follow 2 of them, of whose name I do not remember. I don't remember any of the names. And it's called Licorice Recoil because the soldiers are called Licorices. That's why. But yeah, you follow 2 of them. One is, right, the really happy, peppy one who doesn't like to kill people. Like, she's this... I think the show's Aria of the Scarlet Ammo, where it's about, like, this girl who's, like, really good at killing people, but doesn't want to. It's basically kind of the same character. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the 2 shows were connected at all. Like, if they were made by the same person, that would not surprise me at all. But that one was more about Sherlock Holmes. So yeah, you've got this girl who's really good at killing, but doesn't want to kill people. And then you've got this other girl who is very clearly autistic coded. Neurodivergent. Right, they never actually say it, but it's very apparent, especially in like the first like 3 episodes. And it's just about them, right? Them trying to like do good, right? Because the one girl who doesn't like to kill, her big thing is helping out the community. That while licorices go around and kill people, there are other ways to help the community other than just killing people. So that's kind of her big thing, is she wants to help without killing people. And she gets the other girl involved in it. But then there's this whole background plot, because there's this Allen... I don't remember why I remember this, but there's like this Allen Institute that, right, wants to hone people with special gifts, and, you know, her special gift is killing, so she's a disappointment. There's a terrorist who... The villain is like this terrorist guy who I actually really like. I think this show has a great villain. Because his whole thing is he's not actually... Like, he's not doing evil to do evil. He wants to change the system. But he's really just fighting for the underdog. And he even says, like, oh, if the government was the underdogs, me and you would be on the same side. Right? Like, and he just has these, like, more quiet moments to, like, sit down with the hero and chat philosophy. Because he's the type of guy where he's like, he will only be defeated by somebody who is on equal level to him. And if the hero was, like, feeling bad or something, or, like if she got hurt and isn't, like, up to snuff, then there's no point in fighting him. Right? It's just, it doesn't, right? Like, unless she's at her best, what's even the point? So you get these slower moments with him, and it all just works really well. I really liked the villain. It's got a decent supporting cast. Walnut the hacker, the teacher, Mizuki? Is Mizuki not the teacher, but like the other girl who really doesn't do that much in the show. Like, they had like basically two teacher characters, kind of. I do not remember why I remember her name. But yeah, it's got a good supporting cast. Overall, yeah, no, I liked it. It's got some decent animation. It's got some good fight scenes. It's all around just, yeah, a solid show. What else did I watch this year? My Dress Up Darling. I'd heard a lot of people talking very positive about this, and I was finally like, yeah, sure, let's watch it. And yeah, it's very good. It's very wholesome. You know, it's got its ecchi moments, but overall it never goes too far, unlike some other shows. I liked the main character, and I like, I don't remember anybody's names. But I like both characters. I like the guy and I like the girl. They're both very fun. And yeah, it's a very... I think of it personally as even though it has its ecchier moments, I personally think of it as a very wholesome show that's just very lighthearted and fun. But I like that. I like that in a show. You know? You got some fun costume moments. You got hit moments of him being embarrassing. But that's fine. And yeah, everyone talked big about the show, and yeah, they were completely right too. It is a very solid show. Zombieland Saga second season was this year, and part of me wishes they had given me more information. It might have not been this year, but I definitely watched it this year. Part of me wishes they had given me more information about like the curse on Saga, because they definitely talk about it, and we definitely see some of it. But we don't see enough of it, and that kind of sucks. Because, right, there's the whole point where the manager gets stuck in the bar after the city floods. So there's clearly something up there. Right, Saga's the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know. You know, the first season of Zombieland Saga was very fun. Second season was very fun as well. You've got like those moments where it's like, oh, are they finally going to get revealed? The reporter figures them out and is like, oh, well, I'm going to expose you. And then, right, they convince him not to, for reasons. So yeah, it's overall just a very solid show, that Zombieland Saga. I really liked it. I definitely feel like not a lot of people talked about the second season. Like, I feel like everyone was talking about the first one. And yeah, I guess the second season isn't as good as the first. But it still is very solid. I still enjoyed it. I'm Quitting Heroing was another show I watched. Which it's another one of those, like... It's technically not an isekai, but it really feels like one. It's about this guy who, you know, saves the world from the Demon Queen. And then everybody, like, afterwards is like, oh, well, if you were able to beat the Demon King, you must be a monster just as bad as the Demon King, or Queen. So we can't have you around anymore. So, right, they reject him, and he's like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna go work for the villain and overthrow humanity. And there are a few twists and turns from there. Like, because even though it really does feel like an isekai, and it probably technically qualifies as one, it also kind of isn't. There are a few twists in there. And overall, I think it has a very solid ending. Like, once you get all the reveals out of the way, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So, I enjoyed it. You know, it's not anything outstanding, but I know some people really fucking hate isekais, and there were some, like, there was one I watched this year that was like, was it called The Fruit of Evolution or something like that? That was like, what the heck is this? Ugh. It was very bland, but there are some good ones in there. You know, there are some fun. I definitely, I know it's a market, right? Like, much isekais are the hunger, or like the young adult dystopian fiction of anime, right? Just this current trend that's just everywhere's, or the Twilight novels of anime. And I get how some people fucking hate them, and there's some generic ones. But I do still feel like the genre has potential. I've never seen... That's clearly a custom thing. I've never seen a sticker like that. We are one level away from getting the top locker. From getting the big locker. And then, of course, the best anime I watched this year was not Chainsaw Man. I did not watch Chainsaw Man. It's one of those things, the manga for Chainsaw Man has been recommended to me for at least the past, like, year or two. I feel like people have been recommending Chainsaw Man, Spy Family, and Kaiju Number 8 for, like, 2 years now. And I've always been like, yeah, I'll get around to it. And then I never did. But the anime, though, of those three that I'm like, I'll get around to it, and then never did, I did get around to, Spy X Family. Finally, when the first season ended, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this entire... I just binged it in, like, a day. And yeah, it's really good. Okay, I don't actually think I did that. I think I actually was like, I was waiting to do that, and then, like, 6 episodes in, I was like, oh god, I want to watch this so bad. Oh, you know what, screw it, I'll just watch it. And yeah, it's really good. It's another very wholesome anime with a fun premise, right? This guy is a spy trying to infiltrate the government, or trying to kill this government official, and he has to infiltrate a school, start a fake family. You know, I don't really think a fake... Like, I guess fake marriage is, like, a whole genre, but I legitimately had never heard of it. Like, I guess fake marriage is such a prevalent thing. But maybe it's a fan fiction thing? I don't know. I can't really think of any other examples. But no, it's a fake marriage fic. I love that, you know, honestly, I didn't know that the daughter was a telepath going into it. So finding out that out, I was like, oh my gosh, this makes everything so much better. Because she knows everything. It's just they don't know that she knows everything. Same thing with the dog being able to see the future. That's very funny as well. It's funny, it's lighthearted. It's got some stellar animation. The dodgeball episode in the first season, the tennis episode in the second season, which was, what, like 3 weeks ago or something like that? 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a tennis episode. That one was very good, and that one, right, it's basically they did the volleyball episode again. Or the dodgeball episode. But that one was very good. I've just, overall, it's a great time. It's a great, fun little anime, you know, with just some real likable characters that, you know, is probably sadly going to end in disaster, even though I really hope it ends as wholesomely as it started. That's my real hope for it. But I thoroughly enjoy Spy X Family. We've talked about it several times, because it is really good. And I'll get around. I know I made the joke about Chainsaw Man. I'll get around to it next year sometime. That one I can wait until the whole show is finished airing. Or at least the season. Say, I think Kaiju number 8's also getting an anime next year. Which, we'll see. I think that sounds right. I don't know, there's some manga that had been recommended to me that was like, oh yeah, it's getting an anime next year. You should go check that out. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. I do also want to pick up this. I actually own one of the Spy X Family books. I actually bought, I think, the first 3. I went on some book buying sprees over the years. Which, speaking of books, so even though I bought a bunch of books, I actually didn't read that much. I talked earlier about watching Invincible. And so when it came to Invincible, I knew about it from the comics. I had, years ago, Comic Drake, the YouTuber, did a video talking about how great Invincible was. And just how it was his favorite thing, how much he loved it, and everything. And I had taken some Comic Drake recommendations in the past, and they had all paid off. So I was like, yeah, I'll check out Comic Drake. Sure, right, I'll check out this Invincible. So I picked up the first, 20 issues, and was like, oh wow, this is really good. So then I picked up the next 75. Or not, up to issue, I think it wasn't actually 75, I think it was 74 or something. But I picked up the next few issues and was like, oh yeah, this is really good. And then when I ran out, it was like, and I picked this up in collections and whatnot. And I was like, okay, well now I gotta go buy more. So I guess I'll put this down and, I'll go buy the next few issues. But it wasn't a top priority thing. I think I needed more money at the time. And this was years ago, like I said. But, because I didn't have money, I just didn't pick it up. And then I kind of completely forgot about it until the show came out this year. So this year, I finally picked up the Invincible comic, and I finished it. I think there was there's either 120 issues or 140 issues. I kind of don't remember, and I could go find my copy right now and see how many, but I kind of don't give a shit. So just however many issues there are, I want to say I had to read 70 issues. But yeah, in the span of a month, I read 70. Actually, it was probably closer to 50. I don't know. Whatever it was, I read a lot of issues of this comic, and I finished it. And yeah, it's really good. So I have a good idea of where the show is going. But like I said at the time, I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to say anything about anything. Read the comics. They are really good. Wait for the show. We're probably going to get news about the next season later this month, or later in January. So that'll be here before you know it. But yeah, the comics were really good. I also picked up Miss Marvel again, because I was curious. There was an event in the comics, I want to say last year. It probably wasn't even last year. It was probably 2020. That was, what was it called? It was basically, there was this, you know how, Marvel has, in the MCU, it's called the Sokovia Accords, that, made superheroing, right, a government thing, where you have to be part of the government in order to be a superhero. Well, they basically, in the comics, they had an act that outlawed teen superheroes. And I was like, oh, that's probably going to be a really interesting event. But, and I know some of it got hampered by COVID. I know some of it got hampered by the New Guardians being shit on, which rightfully so. Internet gas? Really? But, yeah, I was really curious about that event. Again, I think it must have been called, Outlawed or something. So I was really curious, so I was like, you know what, I really want to read Miss Marvel, because I know she's a very important player in that. So I finally picked up Miss Marvel books again, because I had read the first, 5 volumes, but then there was everything after that. I think it was called Magnificent Miss Marvel. So I picked up those, and those were decent. There were some I liked more than others. But yeah, I finally did pick up Miss Marvel again, and it was because of the show. I picked it up because of the show, and then I was like, but I'd been, curious about the event, because I remember reading Miss Marvel back when they restarted it. The first time they restarted at issue number 1 was when I started reading Miss Marvel. But it's a very solid comic. I really enjoyed the first 5 volumes are pretty good. Stuff after that, yeah, it gets a little dicey, And the actual, like I said, the actual event, Outlawed, I think it was called Outlawed, was okay. I did also read a lot of, Champions, and I'll be honest, I did not care for the Champions comics. They just, I've seen it said that the Champions are Marvel's Gen Z superhero team, whereas the Young Avengers are the millennial superhero team. And maybe that's why I didn't gel with it, being a millennial and all. But I try. I did. I mean, I say I tried, but I actually did read like 5 volumes of the Champions. Probably 6 counting Outlawed. So yeah, I did do that this year. I read, also skipping on graphic, I read the graphic novel, The Girl from the Sea. So right, we talked about N.D. Stevenson and their partner, Molly, who put out a graphic novel called Girl from the Sea last year. And it's one of those things where I was like, yeah, I've been meaning to read this. So around the time I finished She-Ra, I picked up a copy of that as well, and I read through it in like a day. I read through Girl from the Sea in a day, and it was really good. That was also really solid. Didn't make me cry. I've heard some people say it just absolutely broke them. Didn't get me that far, but it was still really good. I do still definitely recommend it. So yeah, that's another great one. And that's about, like, it's a girl who's, like, living in this kind of boring town when she meets a Selkie, who are, like, seal people. Like, they have, like, these seal skins. And the two end up having, like, a summer romance. That, the fact that people cry, you can kind of tell how it ends. Kind of. But it's got some really good moments in it. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. And then, book-wise, like, actual, like, traditional book, I didn't read that much. I definitely read a few things. But the only one I really want to highlight is, Jeanette McCurdy's autobiography, I'm Glad My Mom Is Dead. I picked that up immediately. Like, the day it came out, I was like, okay, yeah, let's go pick that up. Because I used to watch iCarly. Have not watched Quentin Review's, like, 9-hour retrospective on iCarly, but I watched iCarly back in the day. And, because I love Drake and Josh, man. And that was enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna watch iCarly, sure. And I kind of watched Victorious, not really. I do, probably next year, I'll get around to watching those Quentin Review videos. We'll talk about that a little later, though. Kind of. We'll talk about something similar-ish. But yeah, so I picked it up, and yeah, it's really good. It's as good as everyone says it is. I picked up the actual physical book, not the audiobook. I mostly listen to audiobooks, right? I've been a big supporter of audiobooks for a long time now. That has not changed, but, I actually did just pick up the physical book for this. And yeah, it's a good physical book. It is very solid, very just heartbreaking at times. And yeah, I do highly recommend it. I recommend the audiobook. The few snippets I've heard from it, I mean, Jeanette McCurdy narrates herself. So yeah, that's a really good job. And yeah, it's a good recommendation. Next up, let's talk about board games, I guess. So, as you know, I have a board game group, right? And we used to get together usually bi-weekly, but we'd play board games. This year, we started off kind of strong, but by the end of the year, it all just fell apart. I've still been buying board games. I think I bought a bookshelf last year. Yeah, I must have bought a bookshelf last year for board games that I completely filled up. So now I just, like, right next to my bookshelf, I just have a stack of board games. A lot of them still in the plastic wrap. So I've been just picking stuff up. But yeah, around like halfway through, around like probably like August, we just stopped meeting up, and we've met up maybe once since then. We've just all been, I mean, I got a new job, someone else got a new job. We've all just been really busy. So yeah, and you know, I haven't really been pressuring anyone to do anything. I kind of took a very laissez-faire approach to things this year. But yeah, a few things that stand out. Ticket to Ride last year, when talking about like in review for 2021, I mentioned how I really enjoyed Ticket to Ride, and I picked up Ticket to Ride Europe. I did end up playing that, and that was good. This year I also picked up Ticket to Ride Japan, which was a lot of fun. And this week I picked up Poland, and I might actually end up playing that later this week, maybe even tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, Ticket to Ride is still great. I just have a pile of a bunch of shit. I have the Actually board game, which was a Kickstarter that finally came in this year. I played Red Dragon Inn this year finally, because I've been sitting on that since like October of last year. And that was okay. You know, it's okay. It's definitely one of those things where it's like you got to get used to learning how to play it, and then on your second go through, it plays a lot better. What else? Yeah, I just have so much random shit. I don't know. I got freaking. It's just I just have a pile of stuff that I need to play and then just haven't played. But the two things that I did play, Wingspan. I finally got around to playing Wingspan. I wanted to play Scythe this year. I really did. And then we just didn't do it. We were gonna meet up in like early August to play Scythe. And then we just didn't. You know, things got in the way, things came up, and then it was just like, nope, that's out of the cards. And then we never met up again. But I did earlier in the year, we did play Wingspan, and Wingspan was very good. I enjoyed Wingspan. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, okay, there's a lot of complexity here, but it does work very well. But of the things I actually did play, the best thing overall was probably the Quest for Planet 9. So the Quest for Planet 9 is a what's it called? Not a stacking game. What are they called? I'm forgetting the official term. A deck build? It's not a deck. It's definitely not a deck builder. Whatever it is, the Quest for Planet 9, it's right, you're trying to match sets. So like, oh, and you'll have like missions. So it's like you'll have a mission where it's like, oh, the first player needs to end up with like the green 9 in their hands. Meanwhile, the second player has to end up with the pink 2 in their hand. And you kind of have to figure out how to do that by taking turns, passing it around. And there's like 50 missions. There is so much to do in the game. It was something I picked up late last year and finally got around to playing this year. And like for the first like 6-7 months of the year, we were just that was it. Like every time we met up, or like every other time we met up, we were playing the Quest for Planet 9. It was huge, right? It was big this year. And we only got like halfway through it. Of like the 50 missions you could do, I think we were at like 27 or something like that. There was still so much more to do in that game. And then there's the sequel, Deep Sea or whatever, which is I hear is even better because it's got like more creativity and more flexibility in there. But yeah, Quest, it's a very easy to learn, hard to master game that I highly recommend. I legitimately think, like a lot of these board games, right, like some games where it's like Catan or Ticket to Ride, where it's like, yeah, I think anyone could enjoy this. Quest for Planet 9, I literally think anybody could, right? Like, you could get because, you know, it deals with like poker style cards, right? And like literal just numbers and colors. I think you could get like an 80-year-old grandma, and they'd, right, in their time spending all their time at the casinos, they'd get it as much as, right, some like 10-year-old kid. right? I legitimately think anyone can play this. It's got mass appeal. It's very creative. It's so deceptively simple. And, like, I think because it's literally just cards and, like, 3 or 4 tokens. Okay, it's more than 3 or 4 tokens, but it's just a few tokens. It's cheap. It was actually really hard to find a copy for a while. Specifically of the sequel. Like, copies were sold out everywhere of the sequel. And, like, one day they got restocked on Amazon, and I happened to pick them up just before they sold out again. So, yeah. I mean, it might be different now. Yeah. And then, of course, I've got a few Kickstarted board games still coming in. You know, maybe I'll ever play those. But, yeah, I just this year have a catalog. And, you know, hopefully in the new year we'll meet up again, but we'll see. So, getting over to miscellaneous stuff... I just created a category I called Miss, just for for everything else. So as you know, I collect weird, stupid sodas. Right? I have a lot of weird, stupid sodas that I try, because, you know, I collect them. The worst one this year was easily the Hot Cheetos Mountain Dew. God awful. The best thing... yeah, you know, honestly... And, like, last week we tried the Fruitcake Mountain Dew, or probably 2 weeks ago. I still have a full case of, like, probably, like, 9 just sitting in my kitchen right now. But no, so there were a lot of awful ones. But the best thing of, like, these weird sodas, the best one I had was, Pepsi Nitro. Pepsi, you know, I didn't expect much, right? It's like they're branding it as, like, right, oh, Pepsi... But they use nitro to, like, contain it. So, right, I didn't expect much from Pepsi Nitro. But honestly, it's really... It's one of the... It's maybe the only soda that, like, I had... Because it comes in 4-packs and not, like, 12-packs. Where I got a 4-pack. Was like, yeah, this is good. And then I got another 4-pack. Like, you couldn't... You'd have to pay me a good chunk of change to buy another 12-pack. Of a lot of these other things I've tried, right? The Pepsi, Coke Dream, or whatever it was called. All the Cokes were awful. The Marshmallow Coke, Coke Dream World, Coke Nitro, the Coke Zero one, Coke Pixel, or Bite, or whatever it was called. Coke is just fucking awful at this. But the one good one, Pepsi Nitro. Honestly, Pepsi Nitro really impressed me. Drink. I should have bought some more. And as far as I know, that it's doing well enough that they keep making it. Music, real quick, just going through music. My Spotify rap. I need to use Spotify more. Like, I don't have Spotify Premium or anything, right? I'm very simple on that stuff. But I really should listen to more, like, pop top 40s music. But the 2 things that were in my Spotify Wrapped were the new Taylor Swift album, Midnights, which I did enjoy. I didn't enjoy it as much as Folklore, but I did enjoy it. And Loneliest Time, the new Carly Rae Jepsen album. I've been, you know, I remember when Call Me Maybe came out, oh, blah, 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 it's so bad. It's definitely one of those songs I've softened up on over the years. Don't love it, but I've definitely softened up on it. But since then, Carly Rae Jepsen has put out nothing but great music. And yeah, this new album was great. I enjoyed it. Definitely, right, I wasn't blown away. I've definitely liked more previous songs more. But I still enjoyed it. So those were the 2 big things on my Spotify Wrapped. And, you know, a bunch of, like, old stuff. Like, I listened to Blinding Lights for, like, 1,000 times this year. But, you know me. A few musicals. Yeah, you know how that goes. I want to talk about College Humor real quick. So in a year when a lot of fucking things sucked, I mean, the whole Rooster Teeth thing happened, like, maybe 2 months ago, if that. But College Humor fucking killed it this year. I mean, they've been doing great for a while now. I mean, since losing their parent company, they've really pulled themselves up, and they have done some great things. and fucking Dropout. Like, I subscribed to Dropout at the end of, either at the end of, I want to say at the end of last year, right? It was on sale, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll pick it up. And since then, like this past year, I have easily gotten my monies out of Dropout. There is so much good stuff. Game Changer. Game Changer is currently airing its 5th season. Fantastic stuff. The 4th and 5th seasons of Game Changers, and even going to seasons before that, but the 4th and 5th season specifically were so good, so funny. Just some great comedy, some good, really good improv. They were funny, they were interesting. If I honestly could recommend Dropout just for Game Changer, and I'd say you get your money's worth. But there's a lot of other stuff on the platform as well. Game Changer had 2 spin-offs this year. I did not watch the musical one. It's one of those things that I mean to, and I probably will eventually, but I have not watched the musical one. I did, however, watch Make Some Noise, because Noise Boys is a great episode of Game Changer. And Make Some Noise was great. It was a lot of fun. They got some, right, instead of just having Zach, Josh, and Brennan on, they bring in a lot of good people. Bringing in Sungwon was definitely something they had to do, and getting him on the same episode as Brian David Gilbert was fantastic. Those are the only people I can think of off the top of my head. But all, like, 8 episodes of Make Some Noise were fantastic. Dirty Laundry, which is Lily Du's show, which is... Dirty Laundry kind of reminds me of Always Open, but it's more of a game show and less of a podcast. But Dirty Laundry was really good. That's currently in its 2nd season. There are some wild stories on that show. But it all works really well. Dirty Laundry worked really well. I'm glad it got a 2nd season, because I wasn't sure if it would, but it did. And yeah, I'm excited. I've been enjoying that. I think we're like 2, maybe 3. There might have been a 3rd episode, but I've only seen 2 of this season. That's really good. Actually has had a pretty good season this time. I'm excited for whenever, I guess Nikhil Clayton got into 1 episode, which that's probably, I'm excited for that, because I know he was asking to be it on TikTok, and then, yeah. Yeah, and that was a Game Changer, a lot of clips on TikTok. I really feel like Make Some Noise makes a great TikTok thing, which I hope drives people to it, because I want to see more of it. And then, of course, Dimension 20. Last year, I think at the very tail end of the year, I talked about Magic and Misfits, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And then from there, I started Starstruck Odyssey. But I just didn't... There was something about Starstruck Odyssey that I just didn't jive with. I watched the first, 4 episodes, which is still, 10 hours of content. But I didn't love it as much as I wanted to. It's weird. But then I watched Court of Fey and Flowers, which I did really enjoy. Court of Fey and Flowers is an easy recommendation for me. I don't know. It's so weird. I really comes down to, I think, I know Brennan Lee Mulligan is an amazing DM. He's just not my style. I know that's weird, and it really is stupid when I think about it. But that's what it all comes down to. But Abrea is also a really great DM, who I just I love her style so much. And she is fantastic in Misfits and Magic. She's fantastic in Court of Fey and Flowers. I still gotta watch that Adventure Zone thing with her in it. And she DMs. But yeah, she's great at everything, right? At both those. Took me, in Court of Fey and Flowers, I was usually 1 episode behind for almost the entire show. And then then it took me a month to get to the final episode. But overall, I thoroughly enjoyed Court of Fey and Flowers. It's less of an action-packed thing, and it's more... It does have its moments, of course, but it's more about, dealing with these high society things, which I wouldn't really think appeals to me, but they're just playing such good characters. There's great moments with fun stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Court of Fey and Flowers. Easy recommendation. And then the current season that's going on, I have not been watching. I want to watch more of this stuff. It's just... Nope, instead I watch a 9-hour video on Wizards of Waverly Place. So, every year, I create a list of YouTubers who I learned existed that year. And write why I like them. Right? It's mostly just to be like, hey, these are cool people. You should go check them out. I've been doing it for 4 years now. And yeah, because there are a lot of great YouTubers. And, you know, there's a lot of people that I learned existed. And my primary mode of entertainment is YouTube, right? I watch more YouTube than anything else. Even if it's just like having it on in the background. Right? I still love to have it on in the background. So I compile a list. This year's list is a lot smaller because I watched a lot less people this year. Straight up. Like, just being honest. But there are some good people. So, let's start at the top. So, we're in Splatoon right now. So this year I got into, I think I can't remember if Chugga Conroy's series of Splatoon wrapped up this year or last year. But either way, I watched it this year. And after watching it, I was kind of on a Splatoon kick for a while. And this was in, like, God, this might have been in, like, May. So, for a period, I got really into Prochara. Who does, you know, he's a competitive Splatoon player, who was a guest in one of Chugga Conroy, right? He guested in his series for Splatoon 2. And I just really got into his stuff, and even once Splatoon 3 came out, I went back to him and was like, oh, you know, let's learn a little bit more about this game, and right, what he thinks and whatnot, and like, here's some improvements on how to get better that I clearly learned nothing from. But that's more on me than on him. But yeah, I got really into him. So that's where we'll start. It must have been pretty early in the year. There was a point in this year where I really wanted to play Stardew Valley again. But instead, I lived vicariously through watching a playthrough on YouTube. That being Charlie Barley. Charlie Barley, right, they did a playthrough of Stardew Valley. There was some sort of, like, thing to it where they were, like, playing 100 days without using the shop or anything like that. There was some sort of twist to the series. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was some... Like, they were, like, playing as, like, a communist or something like that. I don't know. There was a joke like that, where they couldn't, like, spend any money or buy anything. And, yeah, I really wanted to play Stardew Valley, and that's... Instead of actually playing it, I instead watched somebody else play it. Mostly because I didn't have the time commitment to put, like, another 50 hours into the game. But I could watch, like, a 2-hour YouTube video. And that kind of scratched the same itch. So, yeah, I did that this year. So, yeah, Charlie Barley was pretty great. So, I made that mention, right, watching that 9 hours Wizards of Waverly Place video. So, I watch a lot of those, like, long YouTube retrospectives. Not really watching it, but more of, like, putting them on in the background while I do other things. So, right, I'm at work filling out paperwork, and then I'm like, okay, instead of listening to music, oh, let's listen to this Sarah Zed video that's like 2 hours long talking about fan fiction. That I guess supposedly missed the mark. I don't know. Let's listen to this hour and a half long Jenny Nicholson video about Christian plays. Or this fucking, what was it, like 4-hour long video about the Evermore Park. Right? I do a lot of that. And one of the ones that came up in my recommendations this year was this person named Keyan Carlisle? I think that's right. Keyan Carlisle. Keyanacarlie. And their video about Lab Rats came into my recommendation. Lab Rats was a Disney Channel show from the 2010s-ish, I think, that I had seen, like, the first, like, 2 seasons of. And I was like, you know what, I'll put this on. And yeah, it was really good. And then a few months later, they did a video on the show Mighty Med. And that was also very good. And then they did one on Elite Force, and that was fine. And then this month, they did one on the show Wizards of Waverly Place. And literally earlier this week, while I was working, I put that on into the background. And then the part 2 came out like 2 days ago. So while I was playing Pokemon, I had that on in the background, working on the national decks these past like 2 days. And doing national decks and competitive Pokemon and all that. And yeah, those have been great. So yeah, they're the only, because it's mostly just been me watching a lot of like channels that I already knew about, right? Sarah Zed, Jenny Nicholson, Joseph Anderson. Even though I did not watch Joseph Anderson this year because the Witcher 3 video isn't out, and I didn't want to watch the Elden Ring video. And I need to watch the Quentin review stuff. I'll get around to it eventually. But yeah, no, that's great multi-hour long videos. Next up, so there was a period earlier this year where I got really into FNAF. Like, I didn't want to replay the games. Well, I kind of did, and I didn't. With one well, I played one of the new ones, not Security Breach. We'll talk about it later. It may or may not be an honorable mention. But, in me getting back into FNAF, there were 2 channels that I got into this year that made FNAF content. I watched that one guy, FNAF, who did those FNAF theories. He isn't on here. But yeah, I did watch all 3 of those videos, by the way. That, like, they were like, oh, these are as good as MatPat, right? Did this guy solve Security Breach? Maybe. But yeah, technically I did watch some MatPat, technically. Yeah, I don't know, I just had a big FNAF nostalgia thing this year. And one of the 2 that stood out, and we'll talk about the other one in a little bit, was, yeah. He does variety FNAF content, a lot of talking about, like, fan games, right? Chipper and Son's Lumber Company, what's it called? Penny's Arcade, some good, some bad, right? I think he did a video playing 100 Scratch FNAF games. But yeah, he's just, he does variety topics, he talks about, like, news. It's just a lot of FNAF stuff. And yeah, it's some pretty good content. Not all of it, right? Not like the most amazing thing, but you can tell he's putting more time in because it's taking longer for him to release videos. And yeah, that's been a good channel that I'd like to have seen grown. There's one other FNAF guy, and we'll talk about him in a little bit. Next up, One Topic at a Time. So this year was the year of TikTok on Reddit. And I guess also Family Guy on Reddit, or on TikTok as well. But yeah, so Family Guy on TikTok, Reddit on TikTok, just text-to-speech filters reading Reddit posts. And I was like, okay, I need something, I want it, like, when I get ready for work in the morning, I want to listen to something, but I don't want to listen to music. I want something that, right, takes bare minimum. But the problem with, like, those TikTok videos is they're, like, 60 seconds long. And that's usually why they fucking suck, because they cut off the stories. But, right, I'm addicted to those TikTok Reddit stories as much as anybody else. Someone compared it to, like, being in, like, the gossip meal at, like, that you would at, like, a family reunion or, like, high school or something like that. And that's completely accurate. But, so, on YouTube, the channel that I learned about this year was called One Topic at a Time. And he reads Reddit stories, mostly with, from, like, LGBTQ subreddits, right? All pro-LGBTQ stuff. And those were all really good, right? There's some fun subreddits in there, some fun stories. I don't know. It's a guy reading Reddit stories. How much are you going to take? But I like the pro-LGBTQ spin. You get some fun stuff there. Because so many of these stories all come from r/relationship advice, r/entitled parents, r/choosing beggars, r/pro-revenge. They all these TikTok Reddit steals from the exact same sources. So to see some, like, pro-LGBT, right, that was different. I admittedly have not watched him in probably, like, 4 months. But for a period, every day when I would just be like, oh, what's his video from yesterday or whatever? Oh, I'm getting ready for work today. Might as well just put this on in the background. Or they were always the perfect length of my drive to work. Where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm driving to work. Oh, yeah, that'll be the perfect amount of time. So, yeah, that was a lot of that. Next up, Wicked Wiz, who has a series called, another longish content. I don't think many of his videos go over an hour, though. But he does that longer form content. specifically about like games and what went wrong in their development, whether they be scams or things that got rushed out too early with, you know, just inherent problems. Like, he talked about Biomutant, which was one of the worst games that released this year. And yeah, it's just these little, like, documentary-style videos about game developers. And, right, Kickstarters and shit like that. Just what went wrong during game development. And they were all pretty good. I binged, probably for like 2 weeks, I binged through all of his content and then I moved on. But during those 2 weeks, they were pretty good. Portal Runner, he's just a guy who speedruns Portal, but also does like weird like Portal challenges. The shoes I could probably change, but the glasses aren't too bad. They're not what I want, but they're not bad. So yeah, he does like Portal. Like the video that showed up for me that recommended me the channel was Mario Odyssey. Because even though I only talk about new YouTubers, I fucking love Mario Odyssey hide and seek. We mentioned it last year, but Mario Odyssey hide and seek has gotten even better. Right, CJ, Small Ant, Crafty Boss, Amethyst, Mars, Katie. I don't think Lykel has been in one in a while. Bite. Firm. I mean, to be fair, CJ hadn't been in one in a while. Mario Odyssey hide and seek is fantastic. And it was probably in a recommendation on one of those videos that I got one of his that was beating Portal, but with Mario Odyssey's cap. And there's a ton of other ones like that. There was like beating Portal, but you have the jumps, the Celeste jump, and you have to collect strawberries. And it was just like Portal speedruns, Portal challenges, just a lot of fun stuff like that. Ah, God. I hate that you can no longer kill whenever they do that. Because I know in the previous game you totally could. Oh, we're lagging. But yeah, it's just a bunch of like weird Portal challenge. Again, for like a week or two, I was big into them. Okay, there's the lag. And then I haven't thought of them since. But for that 2 weeks, yeah, no, they made some good stuff, and I binged through a lot of it. I'm trying to think if there's. I mainly remember the Mario Odyssey and the Celeste one. I think they beat like the entire game but flipped on its side. That sounds like something they did. But I have a top three. Top three channels I learned about this year. Technically, I have them numbered 3, 2, and 1, but honestly, they could have been interchangeable. They could come in any order. Number 3 is Astral Spiff. So, right, like I said, there were 2 people who got really into FNAF this year. One of them was, and the other one was Astral Spiff. It was mostly security breach videos, but he does other stuff. That was where I learned about him. Right, it was like, oh, security breach, but I can never use Freddy. Security breach, but I can't run. Security breach, but I don't know, I have to play the game backwards. I think he did that at some point. But you know, he's a Twitch streamer who then does highlights of his streams on YouTube, you know, explaining all the crazy challenges he does. And they're usually very longer videos, like hour-long videos of just highlights from Twitch streams. You know, they do have their narrative elements. Like, it's not just like a one-for-one, like, oh, best moments in a Twitch stream. They're, like, he does actually explain how the challenge works, his thought process behind a lot of things. And yeah, he just puts out really good, consistent content. He does other games other than FNAF. He does I think he started off with, like, Poppy Playtime before FNAF. And then before that, then after that, he did Poppy Playtime Chapter 2. He did some of the FNAF fan games, like Glitched Attraction. He's currently doing Choo Choo Charles. And yeah, it's just really good content. I probably was consistently watching him throughout the year. So yeah, that was, you know, that would kind of replaced a lot of other, like, channels that I would consistently watch. Because I'll be honest, there were a lot of YouTubers who, like, I watched a lot in previous years that I don't watch that much anymore. Not because they didn't even, I mean, some of them because they did wrong stuff. But some of them just because, I don't know, I guess I've just kind of moved on. But yeah, Astral Spiff was really good. I wouldn't be surprised if I honestly move on from him next year. Not because he's done anything wrong, just because, I don't know. He does one specific genre of things, right? He plays horror games and does like weird challenges with them. And sometimes it's just normal playthroughs, but there's some weird challenges in there. And it wouldn't surprise me. All right. Next up, Let's Game It Out. So at number 2, I had heard of Let's Game It Out probably like a year or two ago. I remember hearing people talk about him, but I'd never actually watched any of his stuff until this year. And I don't know why this year. Why all of a sudden this year. But yeah, this year I was just like, yeah, oh, okay. It just showed up in my feed. And yeah, I watched it, and you know, last year I think I talked about Spiffing Brit, if not just retroactively put him on the previous list. But I know it's probably something related to that, or something like that, because I did watch some Spiffing Brit this year as well. Not as much as some of these other guys, but yeah. And, Let's Game It Out, he plays games and he breaks them. He does stupid shit in games that is just really entertaining. My favorites, I loved the Hydroneer playthrough. The Hydroneer playthrough was very solid. Literally a new episode of that came out like last week. The Zook Tycoon stuff was all great. But the best, at least the one that had me laughing so hard, I was in tears, was The Sims 4. The 2 Sims 4 videos with Keanu Reeves were I was laughing so hard, I was crying. Oh my god. And I still remember that. Oh god, those videos were great. So yeah, Let's Game It Out, just put out some great stuff. But the number 1, Veilfisk. So, Veilfisk does, it's some more of that challenge stuff, but it's just him and a group of friends. The only ones I remember the only one I remember is, is it Bakoan 1 and Mavie? Is Teddy 1? Is Lynx 1? It's a group of friends, right? It's him. I know he's somehow related to the Yogs cast. I know he's been in Spiffing Brit videos. That's probably where I found him from. But it's just him, right, doing these you know, I think I found him through the board game video, if I'm being honest. Because, you know, I'm a big board game guy, and he made a torture board game. And so I saw that video, and then was like, oh, let's see what else he does. Oh, he made a torture video game. Oh, Insane Monopoly. Oh, he does some Paradox games. Oh, I like some Paradox games. Civilization 6. And it's just him, right, like, oh, it's Insane Monopoly, where it's, right, it's basically like 5 Monopoly boards in one. That's actually probably an understatement. He made the torture board game. He made, there was Civilization, but the turn timer is 5 seconds, and they're doing like, or maybe it was like 10. Even recently, what was it called? The Halo one. The Halo video was fantastic. And then, not Hearts of Iron. Whatever, the one with the City Builder. Let me look it up with. The Among Us, in, whatever game that was. Victoria 3. That was good. The most recent video, Diplomacy, that was fun. What was it called? Open TTD. So the video is called The Great Open TTD Torture War. Their, Train 23 had me in tears. I was laughing so hard. It's just a lot of, hopefully this gives you a sense of my sense of humor, right? Like seeing what videos brought me to tears from laughing so hard. But yeah, Veilfisk just did some fantastic stuff this year. I watched his entire back catalog. Oh god, you know another video that brought me to tears? GeoGuessr was good. The GeoGuessr one was good. But the one with the truck simulator, the American Truck Simulator one, That one, the first time I saw it, I was watching it. It was Realistic American Truck Simulator. I was watching it. It was like 3 a.m. in the morning. And I was just like, oh yeah, okay, let's watch this one. And this was like, maybe like within a week of discovering the channel. And I was laughing so hard, I was crying. But it was 3 a.m., so I'm trying not to wake up my roommates from laughing so hard. You know, it was shit like that. But Veil Fisk just did fantastic work this year. All high quality content, all very fun, funny. Yeah. I really like groups, right? If that's not clear, I've always, right, whether it be Yogg's Cast or Rooster Teeth, Achievement Hunter, I was never big on Funhouse, but that's kind of semantics. Even back in like the old days of like things like Machinima, I've always been a fan of groups. And that hasn't changed. And yeah, Veil Fisk is just the newest group where I'm like, yeah, this is some great stuff. So yeah, Veil Fisk definitely takes my number one. Even though, again, I could make, depending on who I'm watching at any given point, you could make the argument for any one of these three guys. I do, and like I say every year, I need to get more girls on the list. But no, there's always only like one or two. This year it was what? Charlie Barley and I guess Mavie, kind of. And that's it. I always need to get... I don't know. I actually did listen to some ASMR this year. That was, is it Gibby ASMR? Not Gibby. Gabby? It's something like that. Because ASMR is one of those things that I want to like. Because I always hear people talk about their tingles and whatnot. And I'm always like, God, I want to experience that. That sounds cool. And then I just never do. I never get the tingles. And I'm just like so disappointed. But I want to like ASMR. I don't know. I know I've talked about this in the past. Again, one of my most popular videos is me doing ASMR as a joke at like 3 a.m. in the morning. Man. So that's all the lists I have for this year. So I guess that takes us into Game of the Year. So before we actually get started on Game of the Year, so my ground rule. I only, when it comes to making these lists for Game of the Year, I only ever have a single rule. Or at least for the past like 3 years, I've only had a single rule. I used to have more, and then I got rid of a lot of them. The one rule, the one thing that matters to me in making this Game of the Year list is it cannot have been on a previous year's list. So everything, like if I replayed like Celeste, right, which I did, doesn't count. I replayed Undertale this year. Nope, that was Game of the Year in 2016. Doesn't count. Right, that's my one rule. That's the only rule, and that hopefully will help explain some of my picks later on. We'll get to it. So I always like to open these lists, Game of the Year, it's what games I played, but what games did I not play? Because I played a lot of games, but I also didn't play a lot of games as well. There were a lot of big games that I didn't play. Specifically, Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok. Elden Ring is a lot of people's Game of the Year. God of War Ragnarok is usually either right behind it, or even for some people it's number one. I did not play either of them. Not because I'm a contrarian asshole or anything, but for Elden Ring, it was because I'm not a Soulsborne fan. I want to be, I just am not. I told myself literally this year that I was going to be become a Soulsborne fan, and I just didn't. I'll try again next year, but I make no promises. And then God of War Ragnarok, I have never beaten God of War 2018. It's been on my list of games to play for years now, and I never did. Same thing with Horizon Forbidden West. I have never beaten Horizon Zero Dawn, so I did not play Horizon Forbidden West. So there's another one. I'm not being a contrarian asshole, right, who's like, oh, I'm not going to play it because it's popular. I just didn't get around to playing it, you know? I want to, I just didn't. What else? Sonic Frontiers, I picked it up and just haven't touched it. You know, other Pokemon. A lot of things are, right, I didn't play it because Pokemon. Right? I didn't play Elden Ring because Pokemon. I didn't play God of War Ragnarok because Pokemon. I didn't play Sonic because Pokemon. Trombone Champ. So Trombone Champ is one of those really weird indie games. It's a rhythm game, which usually isn't my style, but I like weird indie games. And yeah, it's just you're a trombone guy. You're playing trombone. And it uses a lot of royalty-free music, but it uses it but that's what kind of makes it so successful. And it just seems very funny and fun, and I wanted to play it. If it ever gets ported to console, I definitely will. But it was something that I wanted to play and didn't. Plague Tale Requiem, I literally only put it on this list because Game Awards. Other than that, I had no intention of playing those. I never played the first game. Kind of wanted to, but never did. Next up, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Okay, so I loved the first Stanley Parable. I Let's Played it back in the day, in 2016. And I was like, oh, and I'd been waiting for Ultra Deluxe. It finally came out. But I don't have a good enough computer to run it. My computer is very old. So instead, I was like, oh, I'll just wait for it, because it's on consoles now. I'll just wait for it to come to console. And then it did, and I was like, I've got other things to play, or I've got other things to do. Maybe I'll pick it up later. And now it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, I'll pick it up if it ever goes on sale. And here we are, and it has never gone on sale. It's on sale on Steam right now. It's like 30% off. But it has never gone on sale on console. So if it ever does, I'll pick it up. Cult of the Lamb, same thing, right? It's like, oh, Cult of the Lamb I fucked up on. Because the same week it came out, Curse to Golf came out. And I was like, I'd been really excited for Curse to Golf. So I was like, oh, I'll pick up Curse to Golf and then I'll play Cult of the Lamb later on. And I fucked up because Curse to Golf had a bunch of problems. I really should have just picked up Cult of the Lamb. But nope, instead I picked up Curse to Golf and I was super disappointed. That is not on this list. It didn't even make the honorable mentions. Honestly, I don't have a worst list, but if I had a worst list, Curse to Golf probably would have made it. Not because it's the worst game or anything. Like, God, Gotham Knights came out this year. Fucking, that's probably the worst game I did play. But I was just so disappointed by it. What a shame. Sports Story literally came out this week. I've actually been hearing not great things about it. I've been hearing the game's buggy, and I guess there's a hidden room in the game that you can, you can cheat your way into. That is the developer's office that literally makes reference to the fact that the game was, rushed. Right? That, oh, there were these bugs that weren't getting addressed. There was feature creep. So that sounds awful, right? I really hate the fact that, right, this game it's been delayed. And, I would have taken more delays. I know I'm super excited to have it, but I will wait however long they need. But no, it looks like it grew a little too ambitious, and that might have blown up. I'm still going to play it and give my own opinion, but I have not touched it yet. I bought it. It's sitting on my Switch. I just haven't touched it. Choo Choo Charles, I kind of briefly mentioned this one earlier. It's a game I remember when the developer originally pitched the game. It's kind of one of those games like Neon White. Neon White's another one that I didn't. Neon White I also could probably put on here. Yeah, let's just put Neon White here as well. It's a game I've been following the development of for a while now, but then when that came out, I just didn't play it. Neon White just isn't my style of game. Choo Choo Charles is. And while it hasn't been getting great reviews, I would probably still have fun with it. Because, the whole price point thing doesn't really bother me. It's definitely going to be one of those games where if it ever goes on sale, I'll probably pick it up. But yeah, I just didn't. On the Nintendo section, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I still have to play 2. That's all I'll say. I still have to play 2. I hear it's better than the first one. It got nominated for Game of the Year. Not that it got completely snubbed this year again. But, tis Xenoblade Chronicles' fate at the Game Awards. I hear it's really good. I hear it's better than the first one. From people who think the first one is, like, the best game ever. I didn't play Bayonetta 3 because I played the first Bayonetta, wasn't really my style, didn't pick up the second one. Give it a chance another day. One day I'll pick up Bayonetta 2 on Switch, if it ever goes on, like, sale or something. But at the moment, no. Kirby's Dream Buffet, that was just like, hey, guess what? This Kirby game's coming out in, like, 2 weeks. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I kind of forgot about it. So, yeah, I just didn't pick it up. And then, on that last thing, Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope. Again, I know Ubisoft Milan is mostly absent from all the Ubisoft allegations, but buying that game is still supporting Nisguamo. So I did not pick up Sparks of Hope. Maybe in the future, I'll buy a used copy so that way Nisguamo gets none of my money. But we'll see about that. I don't know. Because I loved the first Mario plus Rabbids. And I guess speaking on that, for the, I think, third year in a row, I did not play a single game by Ubisoft, EA, or Activision Blizzard. So yeah, there's not a single EA, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft game in this entire list. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Oh, you know what? Slime Rancher 2 isn't on here as well. I know I played Slime Rancher 1 last year. Really enjoyed it. And I was going to play the second one, but I just never did. So yeah. So I guess that gets us to the actual list itself. 10 games. And I'll be honest, I played a lot of games. I played probably more games this year than I have in the past, 2 years combined. I played a lot of games this year. And a lot of really good ones. This was a hard list to make. I remember 2019's list. 2019's list was hard to make because I didn't play a lot of games, and I didn't play a lot of good games either. This year is the exact opposite. I played a lot of games, and I played a lot of good games. So I had to narrow it down. And I'm not super in love with this list, but I don't hate it either. There are some good picks in here. I think all the games on here are good. It's just, it really came down to, what gets here. I have an honorable mention section, of course. I usually do every year. But this was not the easiest list to make. But it was a good year in gaming. And I just mentioned a lot of great games that I didn't play. And yet I will still stand by. It was a great year in gaming, even without Elden Ring and God of War. So at number 10, so I finally got a PS5 last year. At the very tail end of the year, I got a PS5, and one of the first games I wanted to play on it was Spider-Man Miles Morales. So that's exactly what I did. At the start of this year, probably at the tail end of last year, I picked it up, but I finally played it this year. It was the first game I played this year, and it was really good. It's a continuation of where Spider-Man 2018 left off, right? Peter Parker's out in Karachi with MJ, so it's Miles Morales is alone, defending New York from the Tinkerer. And it really, in my opinion, the big leap that I think it makes over the first game. Because in a lot of ways, it's clearly they took the city and they took a lot of aspects from the first game and then just used them again. But the one thing this really improves upon is the story. The story of 2018's Spider-Man on PS4 is fine. It's a fine game, but it's nothing amazing. This one, no. I like the characters. I really like Miles Morales. I really like the Tinkerer as well. Everything they do with them is really well done. I like all the Genki, the mom. A really good supporting cast. And it makes me super excited for Spider-Man next year. Right? The city is mostly the same as what we saw in 2018 Spider-Man. A lot less bases this time. Like, there's technically less to do in the open world in this game, but I actually think that's a good thing, because it's the same map. It would feel very repetitive if we were just doing the same thing over and over again, like we were in the first game. And that's one of my big concerns with the sequel. Is it just going to be New York for the third time? What new things are they going to add to make the city less repetitive? I can only deal with so many bases, man. Right, with so many enemy bases. And there are enemy bases in this game as well. But not nearly as many. I actually did stream this game this year. One of the achievements is to, like, get like a defeat like an enemy base without getting hit or something like that. It's like string up like a 100-point combo. And I think I actually did stream that, if I remember correctly. That sounds like something I did anyways, because it took me like multiple hours to do, but I did get the platinum. So yeah, it really did. It made the characters a lot of fun. It didn't, right, even though it was the same open world, it didn't feel like a slog to go through the same open world again. Right? It kept things fresh enough. There were fun things to do throughout the open world. There weren't as many annoying. There were still challenges, and there were still bases. They just weren't as annoying as they could have been, and there weren't nearly as many of them as the PS4 game. But yeah, I definitely think it's a great game. Do I think it's better than 2014? I don't know. It really feels like, kind of like honestly, it could have been a DLC. But that's probably disrespectful. It adds, but it doesn't add an insane amount. I like the winter setting. That's fun. Right? Setting the game around Christmas. But yeah, it's good. It's just not blow your mind good. You know. Next up. So, right, I was in a Stardew Valley kick this year. Right? I wanted to play Stardew Valley, but I didn't actually want to play Stardew Valley. Because, you know, I didn't want to spend 50 hours on it. Instead, the game that ended up coming across my radar that filled that niche was Ooblets. So I've described Ooblets as Pokemon meets Stardew Valley. It technically isn't fully that, but that's the most basic descriptor that should get you interested in it. Right? Like, that sounds very interesting. And yeah, I think that's not the... Right, it's not 100% that. But that's definitely a good starting point. So you're the new person who arrives in Ooblets Town. It's not called that. And you get a farm, and you can start growing crops, but you also learn that everybody in this farm, on this, like, island has Ooblets, which are these little creatures, and instead of battling them, you engage in dance battles. So you end up joining one of the Ooblets clubs. And then, you know, you start farming, you meet other Ooblets that you can befriend, and then you can grow Ooblet seeds. And then you can make, like, these Ooblets houses that allow you to, like, oh, well, you've made a Ooblet's house, now your Ooblets will water your farm for you, right? Stuff like that. It's not super complicated, there's no, like, type advantages or anything. It uses, the dance battles use Slay the Spire style mechanics of, like, card battling. It's a very simple, yet very effective game. It's so cute and adorable. All the Ooblets, right there, the little cutest beans. It's a very charming game. It's a fun game. There was a bug on Switch for a while, but as far as I'm aware, that has been patched. I don't know. The last time I played it was the Halloween update, which is, I think, when they patched it. So it's been a while. I definitely do want to put more time into it. But yeah, originally, it's funny, because this game originally was controversial, because they were one of those games that signed an exclusivity deal with the Epic Game Store. But as far as I know, that exclusivity deal is over. I mean, it's on Switch now. I don't know if it's on Steam. But yeah, I played the Switch version. Outside of that one bug, it runs fine. And yeah, I do recommend it. It's a good little game. Right, one day I would love to see an actual Pokemon farming game. That, right, goes into like, oh, well, you catch water-type Pokemon, and they will water your crops. You catch grass-type Pokemon, and they make your plants grow faster. One day I want to see something like that. And Legends Arceus kind of, like, hints at stuff like that, without ever actually doing it. But yeah, I feel like this is like, you know, for what we have right now, very simple, but very effective. And just so adorable. If I have any real there are certain resources in the game that are just so hard to get. Like, you need a lot, like, there's, early on in the game, to do a lot of things, you need a resource called Obsidian. And you usually get Obsidian by finding shiny Ooblets, which actually aren't that hard to find. Like, it's not like shiny Pokemon or anything. Like, they're not, like, the most rare thing in the world. But it's still, like, you need a lot of it. And early on, you either have to, you know, get lucky, or you have to buy them at the Wishing Well. Which is a whole other thing, where, like, if you help people, you get, like, wishies. I think they're called wishies. That can then, you know, you use to, like, upgrade your farm, get new recipes, stuff like, all the important stuff like that. But I never really, but, like, Obsidian costs, like, 100. And, like, that's I know, right, it's completely random money-wise, but 100 is not actually that cheap. It's not that expensive, but when you're saving up money to get, like, a new upgrade to your, like, crafting recipes, that 100 really does matter. So, yeah. But it's a very fun, it scratched my Stardew Valley itch. And yeah, it's a fun, simple little game that I thoroughly enjoyed. I heard great things about it when it came out on the Epic Game Store. And yeah, all of those things, and now that we're in full release, all of those things are completely true. There's a story mode as well, like where you have to go to these different regions to fix this tower. You get to run your own shop. There's a lot of things to do. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. Next up, so in 2018, when I first started streaming, I think it was 2018, it might have been 2017, but I think it was 2018, I sat down to play a little game called Cuphead. And that game kicked my fucking ass. I was so annoyed. It's one of the few games I've actively rage quit. But, you know, I liked it. It was just really fucking hard. But this year, the DLC finally came out. And so, I sat down to play Cuphead again. And I enjoyed it so much more this time. So, yep, at number 8, Cuphead. Because when the year it came out, it did not, because I was struggled with it and I technically never beat it. It didn't make my Game of the Year list. So I'm putting it on this year's list, especially because of the DLC. So right before the DLC came out, I saw the game go on sale on the Nintendo eShop. And I was like, you know what? I'll pick up Cuphead again. And playing Cuphead again, it was probably because I played it the first time. Like, you know that thing about, like, oh, once you ride a bicycle, you never forget? That's kind of what happened with me in Cuphead. Because I had already played Cuphead, because I had already kind of beaten all the bosses, except for the final boss, all my muscle memory was still there. And so playing it the second time, I was so much better at the game. Which is all the proof I need to know that I'll be good at Dark Souls, eventually. Right? Even if I struggle through it, I will eventually be good at Dark Souls. Because if I could do Cuphead, I know Cuphead's actually kind of easy in some ways. At least for, like, real, like, pro players. It's one of the easiest shoot-em-ups, but, whatever, semantics. Right, for all my struggles with Cuphead in 2018, it all came back this year to play it again, and I just enjoyed it so much. Like, I already thought it was decent, but actually getting to play it, actually beating it this time. I still, the only thing I really struggled with was the DLC, and that was because it was all new stuff. It was all new stuff I had never seen before in King Dice. I hated King Dice. That boss fight still sucks. Hardest boss in the game. But yep, I beat the final boss, and then, yeah, like a few weeks later, the DLC came out. And I thoroughly enjoyed the DLC. All the new boss fights were great. Even the one that broke my brain. There's an airplane one, where you're, like, riding on top, where you're, like, standing on top of an airplane, fighting off, like, dogs in, like, driving planes. Broke my brain, because the screen turns upside down. I did that one. But in the final boss fight's great. Everything about the Delicious Last Course worked really well. The new character of Miss Chalice, well, she definitely plays differently. And it's definitely like a whole new thing to learn. Overall, she works really well. I love her. The 3 new weapons they give her are all really fun. This was a DLC that took a while to come out. But now that it's actually here, yeah, it's really good. It was totally worth the wait. I loved everything about it. I definitely struggled, right? Whereas when I replayed the base game, it was a lot easier. No, the DLC actually, not that I think it ramped up the challenge, it was just, oh, well, now I have to learn a lot of new patterns and everything. So it definitely was more of a struggle, but I enjoyed it, because I knew I could beat the game this time. Whereas last time, the original game kicked my fucking ass. But I had a lot of fun with the Delicious Last Course. I had a lot of fun with Cuphead. It's one of those few games where it's like, right, I said at the top of the show, I have a rule that as long as a game wasn't on the Game of the Year list, it can qualify again. If I had put Cuphead on 2018's Game of the Year list, it would have been like number 10. But I just didn't put it up there at all. And because of that, it can now, I know it's number 8 here, which isn't very high, but it's a very good year for gaming. Again, remember that. And yes, I do take the fact that it is technically a 5-year-old game into account. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy Cuphead. I'm really glad I picked, because like after my experience with it originally, I could have easily just abandoned it and never played it again. And honestly, who would have blamed me? But, and again, those are all on Twitch, right? Those are all on YouTube. You can watch the archive. You can watch me rage quit. Actually, I think that's a Twitch clip. I think it got clipped at the time. Either I clipped it or somebody else clipped it. I can't remember. Yeah, that was a thing that happened. But yeah, no, I'm so glad I came back to it. You know, there are so many games I've not, I guess, given up on. Not sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. That I really should try again, because Cuphead turned out great. But we'll just have to wait and see. Next up, so there's a website called OpenCritic. It was originally billed as like Metacritic but better. And you know, you could debate did we need another Metacritic? Because Metacritic is flawed and OpenCritic isn't perfect either. I think it's still better. I don't know. I don't know if it's been through any controversy or anything. But right, it was kind of billed as better Metacritic. And I don't use Metacritic. And I rarely use OpenCritic, but you know, sometimes I'm curious when a new game comes out, and I'm like, I wonder what people are saying about it. And you know, it's a review aggregate site. Numbers, yeah, think whatever you want of them. But it's a good place to, like, find a lot of reviews to read. Instead of just going from website to website. So on OpenCritic, pretty early on, if you scroll down on their homepage, they have, like, a Hall of Fame for the year. Every year, they make, like, a Hall of Fame. Like, what are the highest rated games of the year? And, you know, there's obvious things on there, right? This year, God of War Ragnarok and Elden Ring are in numbers 1 and 2. Right? Some obvious stuff, and that's usually how it works. But usually, there's always, like, one weird game on there. Like, a few years back, I think, like, 3D Ultra Chess was, for some reason, like, number, like, 5. Just some random chess game. Was right in their top 10 Hall of Fame, or however many they do. I think it's actually like, it's not a top 10. It's probably closer to like a top 12, but yeah. This year, however, like halfway through the year, I opened, like, in, like, July, August, I opened up OpenCritic, and I saw their second highest rated game of the year was a game called Freshly Frosted. And I think currently it's sitting at number 3, right? Because the only thing that bumped it down a place lower was God of War Ragnarok. So I saw Freshly Frosted, and I was like, huh, okay, what's that? It's a donut building game? It's like a donut, like, workshop game? It's like a puzzle game? Oh, okay, call me curious. So, and I saw it was on Switch, and I want to say when I looked it up on, like, the Nintendo eShop, it was even on sale. It was, like, maybe, like, 10% off, but I was like, oh, okay, you know, and I think it might have been, like, $10. So I was like, oh, okay, you know, yeah, I'll pick this up right now, sure. It's one of the highest rated games of the year, sure, why not? And yeah, so Freshly Frosted, it's not a donut factory game. It's not a Zachtronic game. It's not like Automa Chef or anything like that. No, it's a puzzle game. Like, what's a good... I can't... There's a train game that I always forget the name of it. It's like Star Train or something like that. But it's a traditional puzzle game where your whole goal is you're taking donuts from the... Right, they pop out of a conveyor belt, or they pop out of, like, a machine. You take them down a conveyor belt, get them frosted, get them sprinkled, and then you take them to the goal. That's it. It's not a Zachtronic game, so there's not, like, multiple solutions for one puzzle. Most puzzles have one, maybe 2 solutions at most. Right? It's a very structured. It's not like I mentioned, Automa Chef. It's not an open game. There are strict guidelines. You can only beat levels very specific ways. And I really liked it. Yeah, you know, it's one of the highest rated games on OpenCritic for a reason. I don't know if I put it at number 3 of the year. Obviously, I put it at number 7. But I did enjoy it. I beat it, which is a big thing. There are so many puzzle games. Baba Is You. Which is, I guess, another example of a game that, right, most levels only have one solution. I know there's some exceptions to that, but, yeah. And there are probably some exceptions in this game. But yeah, like, Baba Is You, I played, I enjoyed, but eventually I got stuck, and I never got past it, right? No, this game I actually beat. Right, just moving donuts upon conveyor belts. It's very positive, right? Like, there's a, like, because it's all, like, taking place in, like, your imagination. So it's like there's this girl who's, like, constantly giving you, like, pep talks, talking about, right, oh, isn't it just fun to create donuts? It's very light, it's very fluffy, it's very joyful. I guess that's the word I'm going to use. And yeah, it's just a nice little game about building a donut. It's a puzzle game with a donut factory. It's not about building a donut factory, no. That, again, Automa Chef. That's a donut factory, even though you're making cheeseburgers. Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's a very simple, yet well-done puzzle game. Part of me wishes it got a little more complex. You know, like, I would have liked, like, there's only, like, 4 toppings in the game. You frost a donut, you give it sprinkles, you give it whipped cream, and you give it a cherry. That's it. It never gets any more complicated than that. In later levels, they do introduce, like, more mechanics. Like, they introduce donut teleporters, and donut duplicators, and, like, switch panels and whatnot. Logic gates. But it still never gets that complicated. And part of me was all kind of wishes there was like I've never had a donut with whipped cream and a cherry on it. I've had pie, but not a donut. So that was, I feel like they could have done, like, other toppings. I don't know. If they ever want to make a sequel, I definitely feel like there's a lot of possibilities. But as it goes, yeah, it's just a fun little cozy donut game. There's I think the great word to describe it. Cozy. Because, right, it's got this very dreamy aesthetic. It wouldn't surprise me at all if it showed up in one of the Cozy Game Directs. But I really enjoyed it. Speaking of cozy games, so my Xbox Game Pass ran out this year. Right, I've been a fan of Xbox Game Pass for a while now, and I think it's going to continue to be a great service. Especially with games like Starfield coming out next year. But I had Xbox Game Pass for a while now, and it finally ran out. And this was in, like, July. or June. So I was like, okay, let's pick up. Before my service runs out, I'm going to play one more game. So the game I picked up was Unpacking, which I had heard good things about as another cozy little game. And you know what? I really liked Unpacking. So the premise is that, right, you're a person. You're specifically female. They do highlight that because you do like unpack bras and whatnot. And it's just, you see different stages of their life as they move. Right? So like there's one point where you're like moving into your parents' house. You're moving out into your first apartment on your own. You move in with like a boyfriend at one point. And oh my god, so you get like, you go to college, you move into like a dorm, you get your diploma. And then you hang the diploma in like some of your like future apartments. You hang up the diploma. And then there's one point where you're dating this guy who's like, he's got all his like cool displays and whatnot. At least I'm assuming it's a guy. It could be a girl. I don't think they actually. I know the partner you end with is a girl. But yeah, it's right, and you have your diploma, and no matter where you try to hang it on the wall, it won't let you. And you can infer whatever you want from that. But that's like one of those like, oh shit. You're a graphic designer, right? Because you got a drawing tablet and everything, and that's a big thing. And yeah, it's just different little moments from this person's life as you unpack them into your new home. And you kind of learn what's happened since the last time you do it. And yeah, it's just all these, I think it's like 6 or 7 levels. It's not a long game. You can literally probably beat it in like 3 hours. But it's really well done. It uses a pixel art style rather effectively. I loved the art style, And you've just got and right, it starts off small, right, where, it's just this one little bedroom. And then you get a bathroom, and then you get like multiple rooms. You have a kitchen, right? You just see them grow. And it's a real, I played it on Game Pass because, why not? And yeah, I'd probably honestly would buy it again. If I were to buy it on Switch, I would not be surprised if I do that at some point in the future. Because it's really good. And there's different ways you can unpack things, but there are certain things that can only go in certain places, no matter what you do. And you can really, I know there's like, you could really tell a lot of person by where they unpack things, where they put things. Like actual moving, actual unpacking, and like packing houses fucking sucks. Right? It really sucks. I hate it. But it's kind of like, doing yard work or doing fucking power washing. Right? In real life, it sucks. But in a video game, I don't know. There's just something rhythmic about it that I just really enjoy. And I played Power Washing Simulator. It was fine, I guess, but no, out of all the games that kind of fit that niche, Unpacking was my favorite. Right? It's a really nice game that, yeah, it has those moments where you're figuring stuff out. And it, like, at the end of the day, you take whatever interpretations you want from it. There is no correct answer. They're definitely leaning you towards certain things. And it technically does have a good ending, right? It ends on a very, like, heartwarming note. At least in my opinion. But yeah, I enjoyed this little unpacking game. As you unpack your life. Next up. So, when the Game Awards came around, I saw the games nominated for Game of the Year. 5 games, I hadn't played any of them. And I was like, because usually I play like the whatever indie game gets nominated for Game of the Year. And to be fair, I thought Kirby was going to get nominated, and it didn't. Instead, Xenoblade did, and I am not going to put 150 hours into Xenoblade. Don't have the time for God of War, or the other one, or Elden Ring. Elden Ring, again, I don't have that 150 hours. I have no interest in Plague Tale Requiem. So that left one game. Stray. Stray had been a game I had been wanting to play for a while. Right? It's a cute little cat game. Why wouldn't I want to play it? And so, yeah, when the Game Awards came around, I sat down and I played Stray. And you know what? It's really good. It's a really good little fun cat game. As I played through it, I realized it is a big-headed child in Scary World game. So, right, there's this genre called Big-Headed Child in Scary World, specifically created by the game Limbo, and then later the game Inside, right, which is about a big-headed child in a scary world. And that's exactly what this is. Instead of being a big-headed child, though, you're a cat. Other than that, right, you're this little cat in this robot world, trying to navigate it, trying to get back to your family, but it's this big scary world, there are these big scary monsters, and you just learn about what these robots have been doing underground since humanity went extinct. You learn how humanity went extinct, kind of. I don't know, I might have missed a dialogue or two in there. No, actually, I think they do. I think they do actually fully explain it now that I'm thinking about it more. Yeah, it's very topical now that I think about it. But yeah, the only the differences, though, is this game is 3D. This game has adventure elements as well. So, right, in, like, adventure games, you pick up a toothbrush. Or, was it Broken Age? Where you get a ladder and you combine it with shoes, and that makes the ladder taller, and it's like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, no, I don't think this game has any combining items, but, like, you'll go and find, like, these things, right? You find these items to, like, give to people. A lot of, I guess, fetch quests, as you would call them. But yeah, it's a lot of adventure game logic. Or, not adventure game logic, but it's a lot of adventure game elements. And yeah, it all works really well. The game is pretty neatly divided into 2 sections. Right. And yeah, you're just playing as this cute little cat. You've got a dedicated meow button that allows you to meow whenever you want. And, you can be a cute little cat doing cute little cat things. Some people are scared of you. Some people aren't. You learn about corruption and capitalism and all that jazz along the way. It's a very fun little game. You can beat it in like 3 hours. I have not gone back and 100%ed it. I missed a few things. I missed a few memories and whatnot. I kind of want to, but I don't know if I will anytime soon. But I enjoyed it as a cute little big-headed cat in scary robot world, dealing with these things that eat human flesh. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All the parkouring around the world as a cat works really well. If you want to do something, usually you can just do it. It usually does just work. It's got some good lighting. It's one of those games that where, like, when I saw it was nominated as, like, the indie game, it definitely wasn't a game I thought of as an indie game, and part of me still doesn't, even though it technically is. But yeah, it's definitely, like, when I think of, like, a lot of the games we've talked about so far, I'm like, yeah, those are indie games. It's well done. It looks very good, and I don't know why, but for some reason I think of it less as an indie game. Maybe it's because it had a lot of support from Sony as well. But yeah, I finally picked it up, and I enjoyed it. I played it on PS5. It worked really well. It was cute. It was fun. It didn't make me cry. I know there are some people who are worried about that. Nope, it did not make me cry. I guess I could see how someone might, but no, it does. What you might be worried about it doing, it does not do. No, you can play it. So I guess, spoiler alert, the cat doesn't die. Right? If you were worried about that, if you didn't want to play this game because you were scared the cat was going to die, don't worry, the cat doesn't die. Alright. So next up, so for the past month or so, my life has been dominated by one game, and it is the number 4 pick, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Whatever. I have been playing. I put 70 plus hours into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I know a lot of people's complaints about it have been the game is buggy, the game is broken. Honestly, the game is laggy as hell. Personally, I have not experienced much of that. I have experienced some of it. There are some things where it's like, oh yeah, this is right. You can see the game actively like run in slow motion here. Since I've beaten the game, I've been doing a lot of the Terra raids, and the Terra raids are so fucking jank, man. They are so buggy, so broken. The Terra raids really like, ooh. Those have some problems to them, and I feel like I've seen less people talk about that. But no, the Terra raids are so fucking jank, man. But even with all the problems, all the complaints, a general consensus I've seen is that even with all these problems, the game is still very fun. The idea of an open world Pokemon game is a very appealing idea. And we got 2 of them this year. And yeah, this one was really good. You know, I loved the characters in it. One of the problems with Sword and Shield is while it has some good characters, it also has some bad characters. Hop and Leon specifically. So this game, Wind Chanian was like, no, the biggest problem are our 2 most important characters, Hop and Leon. So the 3 important characters in this game, Arven, Nimona, and Penny, we're gonna make them really good. And guess what? They are really good. Arven's story is super simple, yet very effective. Most people will play this game and be like, Arven's story was my favorite. And yeah, because it is. It's very simple, yet very well done. Right? It's kind of tricky in that way, where it's like, it shouldn't... Right? And it gets to kind of what the crux of, like, what some people think of Pokemon. And they're not wrong for thinking it either. Like, yeah. No, totally. Nimona's story... Nimona is Goku. I've seen a lot of people... Right? I personally made jokes about how Nimona talks about the player very, like... She talks about how she wants to battle the player. But, right... It's done in a very way that, like, feels romantic. I've seen people compare it to Goku. I've seen people compare it to a Yandere. And, you know, mostly people are doing that as a joke, but it's still pretty, right? I still like that comparison, right? Of just wanting to be the strongest and wanting you to be the strongest. And then there's finally the Starfall bases, which are a story, which I also would not be surprised if these are people's favorites as well. Because Starfall is all about found family. A group of kids who, while attending school, were being bullied. So they got together to, you know, fight off the bullies, but then it became the concern that, like, oh, if we're fighting the bullies, doesn't that make us the bullies now? And so it's right, you're going in to try to get rid of Team Star because maybe they're becoming the new bullies. And, like, that's a real concern. But at the end of the day, Team Star are not bad people, right? They all have good motivation for doing what they do. They all desperately care about each other because being alone and being isolated from other people for being bullied, they found each other. And then you have Clavel, who, as the headmaster, is actually, like, completely understanding of that fact and is, like, working his hardest to, like, do better by them. Yeah, no, everything with the Starfall base is really good as well, right? Melly, Atticus, the other 3 whose names I don't remember, and I probably pronounced Melia wrong. It's all really well done. They really did take their time and care to put into it. I described it, and the other thing, so when it comes to the open world, you had 2 open world Pokemon games. Scarlet and Violet was a game about battling, right? Competitive Pokemon's a big thing, So that's what Scarlet and Violet was about. It was about battling Pokemon competitively. And to that end, they do we got a lot of new Pokemon in this one. Who, right, they really have... Every Pokemon game in recent years has made competitive Pokemon battling more accessible than ever. And that's still true in this one. That has not changed. The only difference is that we got a lot of new Pokemon. A lot of OP Pokemon. I know... What was I gonna... So, in the lead up to this game's release, they had been revealing Pokemon, and I had not been impressed with any of them. I honestly think that a lot of Pokemon they revealed up to the game's launch had kind of sucked. But once I actually started playing the game, no. A lot of the new Pokemon are really good. They just didn't reveal any of them early. So yeah, a lot of the good Pokemon came as like a complete surprise. And I liked a lot of the new ones. There's some very broken ones, Palafin, Fluttermane. Paradox Pokemon are fun. You know, it's cool to have these paradoxes who are past and future Pokemon. I like, even if some of them aren't that good, Iron Thorns, I still like a lot of them, and then some of them are really OP, Fluttermane. But yeah, everything with the story mode, right, is all very good. The finale I liked. Once all three of the stories kind of come together in the end, they pay that off really well. And yeah, the open world is fun to explore. You know, they've got a lot of diverse areas. I was surprised there's no volcano or, like, fire area. That was something I kind of noticed. But other than that, they really do kind of hit everything. This is the first Pokemon game to basically have a gym for every type, which is something I've always kind of... I mean, that's technically not true. But you basically get a trainer for every type. But I want to say and I don't remember who it is. No, maybe I'm thinking of Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon has a trainer for every type but Ice. That sounds right in my head. Yeah. So this game, no, you have a trainer for every type. And you know, you've got a lot of specialists. You got just a lot of fun characters. A lot of good Pokemon. But yeah, it definitely makes battling the priority. If problems with the game, there were a lot of quality of life improvements in Legends Arceus that just aren't in this game, right? There were a lot of it's like a lot of little things. Like, I loved being, like, I've completed the Pokedex in both Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. And while, yeah, I know, to complete the Pokedex in Legends Arceus, you have to get 10, checks for every Pokemon. Whereas in this game, you just have to catch all of them. But I liked getting all those checks. Right? There was something that was very fun about getting all those checks. At least for, 90% of the Pokemon. Some Pokemon, Bastiodon and Shieldon, it sucked. But for the most part, no. Getting all 10 of those checks was usually a good thing. It was usually something that was easy. Not easy, it just was time-consuming. But I did it, and I liked doing it. It kind of sucks not to see that again. There were a lot of little items and whatnot in Legends Arceus that aren't here, right? Like the link cable. I know, right? Because Legends Arceus didn't have trading. I still think that was very convenient to have that link cable. What else? Throwing Pokeballs. I loved Legends Arceus just being able to throw a Pokeball at a wild Pokemon without having to battle it. Nope, that's completely removed. If you want to catch a Pokemon, you gotta battle it. Right? Legends Arceus is a game about catching. This is a game about battling. And yeah, a lot of the battling stuff, I get them removing the scrolls. And instead, they replace the scrolls with the Terra types. Which, while I underuse them while I underutilize them, I still think the Terra types is a good feature. It definitely, I think, is the best battle feature since Megas. Because there's a lot of creativity and flexibility there. I didn't really take advantage of it, but I know some people really do. And there's a lot of fun there. But my biggest disappointment, and this is such a minor thing, but it really does irk me. Because in Legends Arceus, whenever you find a shiny Pokemon, it does a little jingle, right? You see a little animation and it does a little jingle. So, right, you can just be running around in the open world, and you hear that jingle, and it's like, oh, there's a shiny Pokemon. Even if you don't see it, you still hear the jingle. In this game, there's nothing. You could walk past a shiny Pokemon and never realize. And I know, right, it's a creative decision, but it's also an accessibility decision as well. And I fucking hate it, right? I feel like, I don't know. I've caught 5 shiny Pokemon. But I feel like I've walked past like a dozen just because there was no jingle. It really, God, I wish they would patch it in. We know the game's getting DLC. I don't think they've officially announced anything, but there's a lot of stuff in like the code of the game that hints at it. And I want to see there's even like a book entry in the game that hints at it as well, I think. Allegedly. I don't know. I haven't actually seen it myself. I've still got more, and I've still got more stuff to do. There's an entire post game where you have to like refight all the gyms. I know that's not like, and again, I think the DLC will be the post game. But in Legends Arceus, or in Scarlet and Violet, I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed the open world. I enjoyed the new Pokemon. It's got problems, sure, and it's got a lot of quality of life things that I wish were there. And just a lot of good little features. But it still is an enjoyable game. Open world Pokemon has right, it's like when I said farming Pokemon earlier. A farming Pokemon game has so much that's a good idea. Open world Pokemon game is such a good idea. Online, I think the online in this game works really well. I mean, I know I said the Terra raids are very jank, but like even when I'm not playing Terra raids online, they're still pretty jank. I think it's just a jank system overall. Not that it's not fun, it's just kind of jank, you know? But yeah, online, like playing, like opening up a union circle and inviting other people over, usually works pretty well. Very, like, the game doesn't like completely lag out or anything, not more than usual. Whereas, like, it completely broke, like, just having, like, a few random people show up completely broke Sword and Shield. But no, it worked fine, you know? I like it. I do. And it's, again, I've been putting a lot of time into it. I completed the Pokedex after all. That's a pretty big deal. So yeah, I enjoy it, and yeah, if you have a choice between a Pokemon game on the Switch, it's definitely one of the better recommendations. So next up, so I've been a fan of Kirby games for a long time now, but not as long as others. But you know, I liked Kirby games. I'm one of those people who says that Kirby does not have a single bad game in the franchise. My personal favorite is Planet Robobot. I love Planet Robobot on the 3DS, and I would still probably say it's my favorite. But if anything was going to be a runner-up, if anything was going to overtake it, it would be Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, here at number 3. So Kirby and the Forgotten Lands is a 3D Kirby game. People have been Kirby had a lot of potential to go 3D. They had been experimenting with it in games like Robobot, but finally they went fully 3D, and it all works really well. People were, the intrigue of this game was so well done, where it's Kirby post-apocalypse game. And yeah, it lives up to that, Kirby post-apocalypse game. Like, the story, you find out it's an abandoned, dying world, and it's like, oh shit. There are some weird things, of course. Like, again, like every other Kirby game, it does end with you killing God, or a godlike creature anyways. So yeah, that's very Kirby game of it. But everything in here works well. There's a whole thing where, like, they explain, like, oh, well, since we're in a 3D environment, you maybe, you'd shoot a boomerang, and then it might miss your target. But on the player screen, it would look like it was hit. So we just designed the game that if an attack looks like it'll hit, it just hits. Which is something they totally did not have to do. But I'm really glad they did. It shows a level of care and detail within the game. The environments are beautiful. The game looks beautiful. All these little details, all these small things are just so much fun. The power-ups... They only added, I want to say, 2 power-ups. Drill, which is very much like digging, and gun. It's not called gun. I think it's called like ranger, but it's gun. And both the new power-ups are a lot of fun. There aren't that many power-ups in this game. I think there are like 12 total, compared to like Planet Robobot, which has like 30. But they make up for it with two things. One, much like Squeak Squad, powers can be upgraded in this game. And two, they just take the maximum use of their powers. Right? Oh, we don't have that many, but right, every power can be upgraded. They have variations. So like, oh, there's like 4 fire, or there's like 3 fires, there's 4 swords, and all the swords are so much fun. I love all the different swords. I love all the callbacks. Of course, there is an arena. There's a true arena, which Kirby games, for as easy as people think of them as, true arenas can be fucking difficult. And this one, I mean, I definitely, if you're using items, it's not that hard. Like, if you're using, like, attack and defense ups. But, like, right, they definitely do go all in with it. And they made another good true arena. But yeah, the game overall is not that hard. But, except for, again, the part where you fight a god. But yeah, it all looks very well. The new mouthful mode is the other type of ability thing. And, you know, Car Kirby is fun. Truck Kirby. That's a great little thing. It definitely is more thematic than, Halberd Kirby, which, that if I had one problem with Planet Robobot, I do kind of feel Halberd Kirby is disconnected from the rest of the game. But Truck Kirby is a good payoff. Cone Kirby, Water Kirby, they do a lot of uses, and there's a lot of like little challenges along the way, where it's like, oh, this is the level with Water Kirby, but oh, you're gonna find this challenge level that uses it. Right, there's a lot of little things like that, as you get to explore these environments and open worlds. But yeah, it's just, Kirby is an amazing series. It's never had a bad game. And this is just another one on proof that, yeah, Kirby is fantastic at what it does. And this game is just so much fun. It's just a fun little Kirby game. Easy Switch recommendation. Definitely better than the other Kirby game. I do not hate Star Allies, but this game just blows Star Allies out of the water. No questions asked. So, yeah. Definitely go play Kirby. At number 2, so if you had been listening to me on stream a week or two ago, I was talking about how we had 2 Pokemon games released this year. But, as I was writing this list, I was like, you know, I'm probably only going to put 1 Pokemon game on the list. Right? I'll put 1 game on the list, and the other one will be an honorable mention. And then I actually started writing the list, and I realized that no, I can't do that. It would feel disingenuous to put, only one of the 2 Pokemon games, because I had so much fun with both of them. It would be wrong to only put Legends Arceus and not put Scarlet and Violet. So I compromised, and I put Scarlet and Violet in 4th, and then originally I had it in 3rd, and then I forgot Kirby existed, so I moved it down to 4th, and then I put Pokemon Legends Arceus at number 2. Legends Arceus is just the better Pokemon game. Of the 2 that came out this year, it's more solid. Again, Scarlet and Violet is a game about battling Pokemon. Legends Arceus is a game about catching Pokemon. And I had way more fun catching Pokemon than I did battling. Admittedly, I think Legends Arceus probably has the harder boss fight between the 2. Like, the final, even, I say it's a game about catching, but between the 2, yeah, it's definitely got the harder battle. The final boss of Legends Arceus being an 8 Pokemon battle, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Especially because the standard, literally, I think it's the only trainer to use, I think it's either, there's either 1 or 2 trainers that use 6 Pokemon, and that's the first ever trainer to use 8. And it's a pain in the ass to do. I totally get that. Especially because you don't get to heal with the last 2. Nope, you gotta keep going. And right when you think you've won, nope, twist, and then it twists again. But it's so... But fighting, I'm forgetting his name. I remember exactly what he looks like. Cynthia's ancestor. As the secret final boss. Is a really good secret final boss fight. And even just the normal game's final boss with, Rowan's ancestor also works really well. I like the story. So, right, you're this kid from the modern day Pokemon world who, it's an isekai, right? You get sent back in time, and now you're like OP at everything, because in the past, nobody knew how to catch a Pokemon. But because you're a 10-year-old in the future, your basic knowledge is better than everyone's past knowledge. So you're all of a sudden OP at catching Pokemon. And now you have to go on and save the world and figure out how you got stuck in the past, and if you can even get back to your present. And yeah, it's just, it's a simple story, but it works really well. You meet some fun characters along the way. I really do. It's not fully open world like Legends Arceus. I've seen it more compared to Monster Hunter, where you've got these regions to explore, and right, like there's the snow region, there's the beach region, the forest region, and you just explore them and the Pokemon in them. It's all about catching as many Pokemon as you can. And if you can, you fill up your boxes? Oh, well, you just release them back into the wild, and then you get some special stones that make your other Pokemon stronger. There's no IVs or EVs to worry about. I mean, there kind of are, but there aren't really. It introduced a lot of great mechanics that, that make things really simplistic. The remembering moves, the move scrolls, stuff like that. And one of the better PC boxes in the game. That's another thing. I'm pretty sure in Legends Arceus, you can mass release Pokemon. You can't do that in Scarlet and Violet, and that kind of sucks. There's a lot of stuff to do in the open world as well. It's just fun to explore and find all the different Pokemon. Pokemon lends itself towards open world gaming. Mainly because one of the big problems with open world gaming is filling your world with enough stuff to do. But because there's a lot of Pokemon, they can just fill the game with Pokemon, and by making the game all about completing the first ever Pokedex, right, it incentivizes you to catch everything you find along the way. Whereas I felt less incentivized in Scarlet and Violet. Right, it's all about catching those Pokemon. You make a team, you use the same Pokemon everybody uses in Diamond and Pearl. But there's a ton of new Pokemon that are a lot of fun. Yeah, I like all the Diamond and Pearl clans are all great characters. As you learn about their challenges, the Titan Pokemon stuff all works really well. The ability scrolls that, agile and strong style moves work fine. I would love to have seen the game try a real-time combat system, and I feel like in the future we will get a Pokemon game that does real-time combat. Just not yet. We'll get there. It'll take some time, but we will get there. But everything, it's all the little things that really add up to just make Scarlet and Violet, or to make Legends Arceus the better Pokemon game. I had way more fun shiny hunting. And, right, because you have that little sparkle, it was way more fun to shiny hunt in Legends Arceus. And you found a lot more shinies. I found more shinies in Legends Arceus than I have found throughout the last 20 years of playing Pokemon. Some people will say that's a bad thing, that they made them too common. Those people are fucking prudes. No, finding shinies are fun. Legends Arceus is fun. What else? There's something major I'm forgetting. Characters, the open world is fun to explore. I like the villain. He's a fine twist villain. I know the visuals, and I didn't mention that. I kind of didn't mention this with Scarlet and Violet. I know the visuals suck. Water is terrible in Legends Arceus. I know we should expect more from a Pokemon game. They're only the highest grossing multimedia franchise of all time. Sure, you are correct, but it doesn't... Having the visuals not be the most amazing thing didn't really take me out of the experience, because the gameplay is fun. The gameplay was fun, so the fact that the game didn't look great did not bother me at all. Literally, I have zero qualms with that whatsoever. And it didn't I didn't really... I know Scarlet and Violet, I can think of all these different times it lagged, especially around the lake. No, I don't really have any of those. I can't really think of any of those in Legends Arceus. I'm sure it did, but I can't really think of it. Yeah, it really, like, basically everything I praised Scarlet and Violet about also applies to Legends Arceus. If not, but they just usually did it better. It's really sad that, right, two Pokemon, Legends Arceus was made by Pokemon's B team, while Scarlet and Violet was made by the Pokemon Company's A team. And it's kind of sad that the B team is making better games than the A team. Right? But I'm really glad they are. And I really want to see the B team do more stuff. And I want the A team to implement more of the B team stuff. Between Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus, there is a perfect Pokemon game. You know, bump up the graphics, make the game run smoother. But somewheres in there is the perfect Pokemon game. I really just hope the Pokemon Company learns its lessons, takes what works about both games, right? All these great mechanics, and just makes something fantastic. I don't know if they will, but I want to hope so. Because I enjoyed Scarlet and Violet. But yeah, I didn't want to give away that Legends Arceus was number 2. But yeah, if I had a choice between any of the, like, 8 Pokemon games on Switch, I would recommend Legends Arceus first. It is the best Pokemon game. And then probably Scarlet and Violet. But no, I wish it had gotten more DLC. It had the Daybreak thing, which didn't really do much. I wish they would give it more DLC. It deserved it. Instead, nope, new Pokemon game in the same year. New Gen 9. But I enjoyed Scarlet. I enjoyed Legends Arceus. I enjoyed Scarlet and Violet. Even though these games have problems, it was still a great year for Pokemon. And I am a slave to the Pokemon brand, if all else. So, before we continue on to number 1, I gotta talk about a few honorable mentions. First off, Nintendo Switch Sports. It was never gonna make the list, but for that, like, brief, like, 3-week period after it came out, I had so much fun with it. I loved playing bowling on it. I've been meaning, and I played it around Thanksgiving. I picked up bowling again, right? I brought it over to the family, and we played, you know, like it was 2007, and we had a Wii again. And, you know, I had fun. It's a very solid little game. Is it ambitious? Not at fucking all. Is it probably one of the biggest Nintendo cash grabs in a while? Totally. Does not mean I disliked it at all. Yeah. I just kind of wish they had done more with it. It sucks that it took golf so long to get out that it kind of feels like it's too late. But it was good. Next up, Batman Arkham Asylum. Right, throughout the year, I told all these stories. Right, my mother is a Batman fan, but she had never played the video games. So I helped her play the video games. Alright, I took my PS4 over and helped her play all of the Batman games. And yeah, technically I didn't, though it's not on the list because I didn't play any. I mean, I did technically play bits and pieces, right, when she got stuck and whatnot. A fair bit of Arkham Asylum, or not Arkham Asylum, Arkham Knight. A fair bit of Arkham Knight. But no, I couldn't justify putting any of them on the list. But I enjoyed Arkham. I enjoyed all 3 of the Arkham games, right? Watching her play it, helping her out. But of the 3, my favorite was Arkham Asylum. I still think it's a great game. Because of its linear structure, I feel like it is the most cohesive. I do definitely want to. Out of all of them, I do want to play Arkham Knight, because I feel like there was so much in that game that we just straight up missed because we were prioritizing the story and did like very little side content. And I feel like there's a lot of important side content in that game. But yeah, the Batman games are really good. I hope that Gotham Knights was not great, but I hope the Suicide Squad game next year is good. Next up, Wander Song. Wander Song was the last cut I made from the list. It was originally on the list, and then again, I remembered Kirby existed and took it off, and yeah. Yeah, Wonder Song it was a game I originally started playing like 2 years ago, and I never finished it, and I got like 2 or 3 worlds in, and was like, you know, I want to play more, but I just didn't. but I just didn't at the time, because it is a rhythm game. But you know, it's not that much of a rhythm game, really. Having actually played it again. But yeah, I finally beat it this year, and yeah, it was on the list until the last minute. I finally got a VR this year, so right, there's a lot of VR games I need to play. And you know, there probably should have been a VR game if I had played, because I have like a dozen VR games. Probably one of them should have actually made it on the list if I had played it, because one of the games I really want to play is I'm spacing on Astrobot Rescue Mission, but I didn't, and I bet that because Astrobot Playroom made my list like 2 years ago when I first got the PS5 in like December. So yeah, actually it was from when I borrowed the PS5, wasn't it? Semantics. So I'll eventually, if that makes the list next year, don't be surprised. Even if it just makes the honorable mentions, I don't know. Who knows? Next year is looking to be a pretty good year in gaming as well. But the one VR game that I did really enjoy was FNAF VR. Right? I said I went on a FNAF kick, but I only actually played one game, and that was FNAF VR. And FNAF VR was very good. It scared, you know, for a series I had spent so much time with that I didn't think would be able to scare me again, because like the original games don't. No, FNAF VR scared the shit out of me, man. Putting those games in VR are really good. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, if you have like an Oculus or something, or if you have a way to play VR, I would easily recommend it. Alright. And I definitely should have put more time into it, but I wanted at least something on somewheres on the list. So yeah, I'm definitely going to play more VR next year. Not picking up a PSVR 2, but I'm just going to play more VR in general. So these last two games in the honorable mentions easily could have made the list. Either of them actually could have been number one. But like I said, or at the top of the thing, that if a game makes it on the Game of the Year list, it can never be on the list again. That does not count for honorable mentions. So either of these games could have been my Game of the Year, but I'm sticking them in honorable mentions because maybe next year. Maybe one of them, hopefully. The other one, we'll see. So, the one that we'll see, Disco Elysium. I picked up Disco Elysium in like January of this year. Put like 5-ish hours into it. I did like 2 runs. Very simple, right? I didn't put that much time into it. And then Pokemon came out. Legends Arceus. And then I kind of moved on. But I always kind of meant to go back to it. I know there was the controversy around the game, or the developer, and I don't even know what's going on with that anymore. Just know I liked it, but I needed to put more time into it. Maybe I will next year, and maybe it'll be on the list. Because I know I've been told nothing but I would love the game, and I liked it. I liked it a lot, but not enough to put it on the list just from like the 5 hours I played. It's easily a game you could put like, I don't know, like 30 plus hours into. So it didn't make the list, but I put it in honorable mentions anyways. The other game I have in honorable mentions, the one that probably some people thought was going to be my Game of the Year, maybe, was Vampire Survivors. Same thing. This is a game that deserves at least me to put 30 hours into. I probably put about 10. It deserves for me to put at least 30. And hopefully next year, specifically whenever it comes to Switch, assuming it's not Game Pass exclusive, I will put another 30 to 50 hours, to even 100 hours on it. Because it's the type of game that deserves it. But having only put 10 hours on it across both Game Pass and mobile, I just couldn't write. If it were to be on the list, it would probably be at like number 9. 8 or 9. And no, that's not right. In past years, there's games like Baba Is You and Dead Cells that made the list. But right, I always kind of regretted it. Baba Is You should have been higher on the list. Dead Cells easily could have been like 2 or 3. Right? And it's always because, and I only realized that the following year when I put more time into those games. Dead Cells is one of my favorite games of all time. I think it made my number 7 Game of the Year. And to be fair, it had some Steam competition that year. I mean, I think it went up against Hollow Knight, for Christ's sake, and Celeste. But even still. Which also... I mean, I don't know if Hollow Knight does, but I know Celeste definitely does. Hollow Knight might. I don't know. I need to put more... I need to play it again. But yeah, Vampire Survivors easily could have been my number one if I'd put even just 30 hours into it. But next year, hopefully when it comes to Switch, I'll put a lot more time into it, and it will make the list. It will... I don't know if it'll be number one. Again, it's got some stiff competition next year with Breath of the Wild 2 and Tears of the Kingdom, Spider-Man 2, tons of other shit I'm forgetting off the top of my... Starfield. Starfield. Yeah, right. I don't know. We'll see. But no, it's got some stiff but yeah, I put it in the honorable mentions. It could have easily been number one, but we'll hold it. It wouldn't, like I said, it would feel disingenuous not to put both Pokemon games on the list, and it would feel disingenuous for me to put Vampire Survivors on the list when I know it could be so much higher than it would have ended up being. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Again, it's a good game. It's literally $5 on Steam. It's free on mobile. It's on Game Pass. You literally have no reason not to pick it up. I just didn't put as much time into it. And next year, I will do better. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. Hopefully. And so, I guess that takes us to number one. So, when it came down to deciding my game of the year, I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, you know, I like Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus was a great game. It could have easily been my number one. Kirby. I really enjoyed Kirby. I kind of wish I put more time into it, right? Because I don't think I 100%ed it. But I still really enjoyed it, right? There were all these good games I played. What game would become my number one? And like I said, this year's list was hard to write. And then it really simply came down to, what game did I have the most fun with? That's it. That's the entire thing that made number one. What game did I have the most fun with? And you know what game I had the most fun with? The very game we are playing right now, Splatoon 3. I think back to the beta. When the Splatoon 3 beta came out, right, the beta Splatfest, I remember just sitting down to play it and just having a smile on my face. If you go back and watch that stream, I'm just constantly talking about like, oh, I know I don't show it, but I'm so happy right now. I say that several times in that stream, right? I'm just having so much fun right now. And yeah, that's what it all came down to. The beta is, I think, the most time I was explicit with it. But once the game came out, I just had so much fun. You know, coming here every week to play Splatoon, I have just had so much fun playing this little splatting game. I know it's an online game, which usually are not my cup of tea. Right? Like, when I like shooters, I like single-player shooters. But High on Life definitely wasn't even fucking making the list. No, God, no. But no, instead, I just had so much fun. So, you know, and it's crazy, because go back 6 months, and I was like, I don't even know if this game justifies its existence, right? They aren't really adding... Yeah, sure, a new story mode's going to be cool. The Octo expansion was fantastic, and this looks like more of that. But I really don't know if the game's justified its existence. And now here we are, and yeah, it's totally my game of the year. Because even though it didn't do the biggest job justifying its existence, it's just fun. And if the game isn't fun, why play it? And I just had so much fun. Sure, as the months have gone on, have I come to the stark realization that I'm not actually very good at this game. Even though I watch, you know, your Percharas and your Squid Ink Academies and whatnot, do I realize that, yeah, I'm not actually that good at Splatoon? Yes. Oh, God, yeah. Especially Big Run, right? Ooh. That was pretty big. But yeah, I'm not great at this game. But I still enjoy it, man. sitting down here in the fact that I've been stuck in A rank for like a month now. Yeah, no, I'm not great at the game. But I can sit down for almost 4 hours. Just play, not even the competitive modes, just playing the casual modes. And have so much fun. Right, just sitting here and chatting with you all. Like, the original in chat was just a coincidental thing. Like, oh, there's a monthly Splatfest, right? I want to stream the Splatfest, but, I want to talk about things. So, hey, let's make it a news show. That sounds like fun, right? It was completely something that happened on the spot. 4 or 5 years later now, I'm playing it basically every week. I'm sitting down, I'm having a great time. Even if I'm not doing well, it's just fun. Right? All the new weapons, the new story mode was good. I loved the new story mode, man. It worked. It wasn't anything revolutionary, but it was just very solid. Like, yeah, I could easily see the arguments that, right, Kirby or Legends Arceus are better games. I know they have Legends Arceus has its problems. I could easily see the argument. But there was just something about Splatoon that these past few months that have just captured me. That just enthralled me to come back every week. And I know we've taken our breaks, right? We played a little Fall Guys, which completely dropped, right? Since Fall Guys went online, it's completely dropped off for me. And having Splatoon here, yeah, that's only made things worse. I've had no interest in Fall Guys because Splatoon. And I know, oh, well, live service games are just positioning themselves as second jobs. And yeah, that's totally true. I mean, technically this game doesn't have microtransactions. And that does help a lot. Like, I don't know if I would like this game as much. I don't know. I know for a fact that if this game had microtransactions, I would not like it as much. But it doesn't. It's just a very high quality product. That, well, yeah, it didn't bring anything revolutionary. It just brought quality of life. And it was fun. And it revitalized my joy in the series. Is this going to last forever? Will I look back in even just like 2 years and be like, God, why did I make Splatoon my game of the year? Maybe. But you know what? I also might not. I don't know. I think about, right, like, I look back at my 2019 Game of the Year list, where I put Pokemon Pokemon Sword and Shield at number 1. And I was just like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why did I do that? I'm so, like, that's a big regret. So much so that I even retconned it. I literally retconned Golf Story as my number 1 that year. Just because, I can. But no, this one, I might, but even still, the time, living in the moment right now, there was no better choice. There was no game I had more fun with. There was no game I was happier to come back to week after week. Even when, for a second, when the chill season came out, I was like, is this going to be the end of it? Starting an entirely new season pass. But then, I think to the fact that I literally rushed to complete the original season pass. Right? I literally was like, yeah, I really want to complete the original season pass that we started off with. For the drip season? I think it was called the drip season. And yeah, eventually, hopefully, I will complete the pass for the chill season. I know I'm only like level 30. Like, I know there are people who are like level like 200 something. And you know what? Sure, for those people, it does good for them. But for me, I'm fine being level 30. It's not that big of a deal. Would I like to get back to S rank? Yes. Would I like to try out X rank at least once? Also, yes. But I still enjoy the game. I still just enjoy me some Splatoon. I'm not good at it, but I can still have fun. Not always. There are some frustrating things. Salmon Run. Oh my god. Fucking... Sometimes in Splat Zones and Tower Control, man. Ugh. Honestly, even like... Whatever. Right, there can be its moments, but I still just enjoyed this game, man. I had fun. Maybe I'll regret it one day, but for the moment, nope. It was the only option. It was the only choice that made complete sense. That I was like, yeah, Splatoon 3. And, you know, there's paid DLC coming out sometime next year. They could still add that Battle Royale mode. I don't think they will, obviously. Honestly, it would not surprise me if they did a freemium Battle Royale mode. You know, Nintendo played around with freemium games. You know, or at least there's stuff like Kirby's Dream Buffet. Maybe they will. Maybe they didn't put a Battle Royale mode in the main game because they're making it a freemium thing. Kind of like what Fortnite did. You know, Fortnite wasn't always Fortnite. It was originally a building game that then just randomly decided to make a freemium Battle Royale mode. And then that became bigger than the building game that now nobody remembers. Yeah, stuff like that happens. I hope the DLC is good, though. You know, I joked about Pearl and Marina wedding DLC. And yeah, I'll joke about it again here in a few minutes. But yeah, that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, everything about Splatoon, it's just good. And it made me, right, and like there's a lot of things that contribute to that, right, whether it be Chugga Conroy, Prochara, that like got me interested and invested in being better at competitive, or being better at the game before it even came out. So there are many, it's not just the game itself. There are other contributing fandom-related factors before the game's release. But it just made sense to... It's not going to be everybody's game. Honestly, a lot of people probably aren't even going to put it in their top 10. Probably. But for me, it just made sense. So yeah, that was my Game of the Year list. It's unique to me, because there's a lot of games I don't play, but there's a lot of stuff I do play. And it was a great year for game. Even with everything I didn't play, it was still all around a great year for gaming. Just from beginning to end, tons of great stuff. Yeah. And now I've got an Xbox, I've got a PlayStation, I've got a Switch. Tons of good things. And you know, and the game industry is such a fucking shithole. Like, there are so many bad things and so many shitty things. But I like to share, you know, what I thought was good. Like, I don't have a... Right, I joked, right, Gotham Knights is my worst game of the year. But really, I know the game industry sucks, so here's a little bit of positivity. Alright, let's finish this match. And then we'll talk predictions for 2023. I'm going to also move over Salmon Run because I can. Also, weapon, I love the Flings-a-Roller. I currently love the Splattershot Junior, whatever it is, that I'm currently using. Honestly, I'm so glad I switched over to this weapon from the Splattershot Nova. I've had so much fun with it. I'm disappointed in the big swig, but I don't think there was anything we could do about that. I can't wait for my gold dynamo to come back. I doubt I'll be any good at it, obviously. But I hope the gold dynamo is good again. I hope it's good in this game. The normal roller is pretty good. I need to use the Squiffer more. The Squiffer is, out of all the blaster, or all the snipers, the Squiffer is the one I like, and I need to use it more. Because it is a good, right, it's the one that I like, because like the E-liter is just too slow for me. But the Squiffer is fast and snappy, and I kind of like it. So, yeah. Even the normal splatter scope is fine. Where did I put my predictions list? Oh, you know where I put it? I bet I put it in the normal show notes for episode 40. Yeah, there it is. It's in the normal show notes for episode 40. Okay. So the one actual news story for today that goes on to, that is technically part of the predictions list. So there was a story that came out that there is not going to be a Switch Pro. Right? There had been all this talk about, oh, are we getting a Switch Pro next year? And so the story comes out that no, we are in fact not getting a Switch Pro. And instead, Nintendo is saving it all up for the Switch sequel that will be coming out in 2024. And you know... whatever, we'll work with it. And you know what? I believe the story. Specifically because I think the OLED was supposed to be the Switch Pro. If you remember in the lead up to the Switch OLED, there were all these Switch Pro rumors that when looking at them in hindsight, they were actually all true with the exception of the Switch having 4K capabilities. Everything else was correct. The Switch having an OLED screen, it having a better back stand, a kickstand, the dock with a USB port, or with an Ethernet port. There were all these rumors about a 4K Switch that were correct in everything but the fact that it had 4K. So that's what I think happened. I think... Wait, were we just using a Luna Blaster? What happened there? We were just... Okay, whatever. I think Nintendo was making a Switch 4K, but then due to the chip shortage or something like that, they canceled it and put out everything else except for the 4K capabilities. Because every other rumor was correct except for the 4K part. So I fully think that, no, the Switch 4K did exist, and then due to chip shortages, they ended up canceling it. I stand by that. That seems to be the most reasonable option here. So with them, the idea of them canceling a Switch Pro next year, the Switch is doing fine. Sure, does it feel very laggy? Right? Are games, right? Like, a lot of people are like, the Switch is old hardware and it's really starting to show. I didn't really believe those people, and then I played Fall Guys. Because I had never really had that many problems with the Switch's old hardware until Fall Guys. And then I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. I get why people are complaining about the Switch's hardware. And then, of course, Pokemon just made everything worse. Again, I have not had the same issues as everybody else, but that does not invalidate anybody else's issues with the game. Does that make sense? So yeah, Fall Guys was the point where I was like, okay, I get it. And I do think we need a Switch Pro, but if Nintendo just wants to, put out the new Zelda game, and then just be like, yep, we're doing that, and then we're moving on to the next Switch, I think they'll be fine. Especially if they put the new Zelda game on the new Switch. If they pull like a fucking Twilight Princess. I think that'll be fine. I know Twilight Princess came out on the same day. I know Breath of the Wild pulled a Twilight Princess. But you know what I mean. Or if they make, like an HD... Like, you know how fucking they remade The Last of Us literally a year after its release? Or like, less than 10 years after its release? If they do that again, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. And because I don't know if the Switch is going to be like this massive upgrade. The Switch Pro, it might be like a massive upgrade, but it could also literally be like going from the Xbox One to the Xbox Series X. Right? Instead of being this big like incremental change, it's instead more of like, right, like the end, right, Microsoft talks about how like, we're at the end of console generations for them, right? Microsoft no longer cares about console generations. Instead, it's just one system that gets updated every few years. And Nintendo might do that with the Switch. Of course, they might also make a VR, like a VR system, because, Nintendo's always liked VR. They might do something completely different. Nintendo's fucking weird like that. They'll do whatever they want. At the end of the day, yeah, Nintendo will do whatever tickles their fancy. But if they just decide to make Switch 2 and literally just make it a better Switch that runs all of your previous Switch games, but better, and put out, HD ports, kind of like what PlayStation and Xbox have been doing for, God of War and Horizon, right? Where it's like, oh, we're just going to put out HD ports of these already existing games. That wouldn't surprise me at all. That very much feels in line with everything. So yeah, I do believe this rumor. That yeah, we're not going to get a new Switch thing. We're going to get the Switch successor, whatever that may be, in 2024. Next up, Tears of the Kingdom comes out in May? May. And I think it's going to be great. I do think, right, I don't know if it's going to be as dark, like Majora's Mask-esque as we want it to be. But I still think it's going to be good. I have no reason to doubt it. I think Nintendo's going to... Right, they had enough ideas for Breath of the Wild 2 that I think Tears of the Kingdom is going to stand and deliver. As much as I want it to have playable Zelda, I don't think it will, sadly. My one big hope, right, playable Zelda, which I do still love that idea. I said it since Breath of the Wild. I think it's something they should do. I don't think that's going to happen. But I still think the game is going to be good. I still think the game's going to deliver. Nintendo... Right, Breath of the Wild was so good. I see no reason why this one can't be good as well. I really think we're going to get a big blowout soon. Right? I don't know when the big blowout's going to be. But I do definitely think, yeah, we're going to get a big blowout of the game. Hopefully, I'd love for them to do a January Direct that's like, oh yeah, here's the big Zelda blowout. Because we really do need one. Okay, we met the quota. So yeah, I would love to see a big Zelda blowout. I hope, because they've been so secretive about this game. I feel like they're keeping a lot of it close to their chest. That at some point we're going to have that. And I hope it happens sooner rather than later. Will it get delayed again? I don't think so. Technically it's never been delayed. But will it get delayed? I don't think so. I think we're good on that May date. Would it be cool to have a Switch Pro by then? Yes, but I don't think it's going to happen. Next up, and we're just going to start off with Nintendo stuff. We'll get to other stuff later. We're just going to start off with Nintendo. Pikmin 4, this one I could see getting delayed. Honestly, if Pikmin 4 gets delayed, right now I think they've just said 2023. If it gets pushed until 2024, I would not be surprised. That makes sense for me. It's completely possible, but I don't think it will. But I could see it. I don't think so, but I could see it. I at least think if it's gonna, when it comes out, I think it's gonna be on October. I think it's definitely a later release date. It's gonna be in October. That's my guess at the moment. For the actual game itself, I'm gonna guess open world Pikmin. Right? I had the idea, what Pikmin game, you've got this massive open world, and so you start off in the center of the map. And then you can go anywheres in the map. But then you've got that full 13 minutes to explore the map. But then you could you could clear new spots for the onions to land. And then boom, on the next day, oh, your onion lands here. Right? So you explore the map, you find let's say a forest area, and you clear a spot, and now your onion can land in the forest area. Does that make sense? Kind of like if you've ever played the game Minute. That's what I'm thinking of. Right? It would play like Minute, where you only have a minute, but then you can unlock new areas for your world. That's what I could see the sequel being. Right? I could see it working like that. But we'll see. We'll see. I want it to be great. I replayed Pikmin 3 earlier this year. I loved it. We're definitely going to do a minimum Pikmin run. minimum-ish. We're going to do a minimum 100% run, which technically gives you, like, 9 more Pikmin than you need to beat the game, but God, the actual minimum would destroy me. Like, no joke, the actual minimum would suck. But we'll do that sometime next year. I would actually love to play through all 3 Pikmin games. Because I right before the Wii U eShop went down, I bought Pikmin 2 again, and I haven't played the one time I played Pikmin 2 was I borrowed someone's copy on the GameCube, and I would love to actually play it on the Wii. So we'll see. I would love to actually play it again. Because I don't even own a copy of it. Well, I didn't until that. Yeah, I'm super excited. Pikmin, honestly, I'm excited for Pikmin 3 as I am the Breath of the Wild sequel. Because I love Pikmin, man. I watched the Arlo video. Arlo put out a 4-hour video analyzing the first Pikmin. I watched the entire thing. Yep. Next up, Metroid Prime 4. I do think it is finally being revealed. I do not know if it is releasing next year. It is definitely being revealed this year. That's one thing I can say for certain. Is that, yeah, they're officially going to be revealing Metroid Prime 4. I do not think it is releasing. Or at least, there's a chance. There is totally a chance it is the big November game of that year. I feel like, Metroid Dread isn't in the top 10 Switch games, I still think it did well. So there is totally the possibility that it ends up, right, that they make it the big November game. But there's also totally the possibility it gets delayed until next year. I know some people don't like that. Not delayed, but like it's just like, yeah, it's a 2024 release date. I could see it being filling that March/May spot in 2024. But we'll just have to wait and see. But I do definitely think we're finally getting the big reveal. More, when I say that, I mean like more than just a JPEG. Splatoon 3 is getting its DLC next year. The Fanon DLC idea is fucking Pearl and Marina's wedding, which I love so much. It's not going to be that. Nintendo would never do that. But God, I love the idea of it being like a Mario Odyssey style. Collect all the stuff for Pearl and Marina's wedding. God, I love that idea so much. I'm just excited. Of the 3 idols, the 3 Splatoon idols, Pearl and Marina are by far my favorite. I love them so much. I'm so excited to see them again. Yeah. I said, I made the joke earlier, Battle Royale mode. I could still totally see it. I know the game already released. I can still totally see it. I think it just makes sense. And it doesn't even have to be called Battle... It doesn't have to be like a traditional Fortnite Battle Royale. It could literally just be 50-person turf war. Right? 2 teams of 50 people competing to ink the biggest map in the world. Right? That could be it. And I'd be happy with that. That shouldn't be paid DLC if they do that, but I still think that makes sense. If Metroid Prime doesn't come out next year, and it's not the November game, Nintendo does need a November game. So the obvious thing is that Donkey Kong game that was rumored. There was all those rumors about a Donkey Kong game. I still totally do see that. Also, I didn't mention, but Liquid Pikmin was a rumor for a while. I could totally see that still happening, by the way. Liquid Pikmin. But there were all these rumors of a Donkey Kong game that features K. Rool again. I think it's totally possible. Oh shit, are we doing... oh shit, I don't know where to Glowfly hide here. Either that, or I could see them doing a new Mario game. 2D Mario games sell extremely well, so it would make sense to do another 2D Mario game. The other thing, though, is Mario Odyssey... Again, supposedly it's a Donkey Kong game, but Mario Odyssey never got a sequel. I would love to have or it never got DLC, a DLC Kingdom. I would love new Mario Odyssey stuff. Specifically, my idea is still Mario Odyssey, but you're going back through Mario's history. So, right, there's an entire world. It plays like Mario Odyssey, Cap Kingdom, Cap Throw and everything. But you're going back through, like, you go to Sahasra Land and you meet Princess Daisy. Right, that's one world. There's a world based on Mario 2 where you fight Wart again. There's a world based on, I guess there's some sort of galaxy world, and they do an open world style galaxy concept. You know what I mean by that. Like you're going through these string of planets instead of just recreating a galaxy level. There's what else is there? There's a Mario 64 thing. There's a Mario, I don't know, just all those different, right? It's just a tour de force through Mario's previous games. Right, just like it would have been a perfect 35th anniversary celebration thing, but you know how Nintendo does things. That's still my idea. I think that would be great, but we'll see. I don't know. The other thing is Mario, again, Bowser's Fury experimented with the idea of open world Mario, and that worked very well. And I mean, to be fair, that's how Pokemon did it as well. Pokemon experimented with the idea of open world in the Crown Tundra. And then they just straight up did it for Scarlet and Violet. And I say Scarlet and Violet and not Legends Arceus because Scarlet and Violet plays like the Crown Tundra, and not more so than Legends Arceus does. I know that's weird, but trust me, it makes sense. If you played the Crown Tundra, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, I could see them doing like, oh yeah, here's a fully open world thing that we beta tested with Bowser's Fury. Beta tested. You know what I mean. I think that would make a lot of sense. But yeah, some sort of new Mario thing or the Donkey Kong thing. Advanced Wars, maybe? I mean, the war in Ukraine doesn't look like it's end. We're almost on a year now. We'll be at a year in February. Doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon, sadly. But, you know, they're going to have to... I mean, I know Advanced Wars is cursed. They could literally hold on that game forever. But I don't think that... Again, I say I don't think they will, but who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Advanced Wars is cursed. But whenever it comes out, I will probably buy it. Onto a more wild prediction. I think we're going to get something new from Rhythm Heaven, Chibi Robo, or Tomodachi Life. I'm predicting one of those three. The safest choice is Tomodachi Life. You know, it's been a few years since Animal Crossing, and I think Tomodachi Life would probably be fine on Switch. Right? I think it would probably do fine on Switch. Tomodachi Life is a very charming little game that I would love to see. And right, I know text-to-speech filters have gotten a lot better since the original Tomodachi Life, even though, to be fair, the janky text-to-speech was really part of the game's charm. I would love to see another one of those, because the 3DS game it was so charming. That's the thing about Tomodachi Life. It's not like The Sims. It's kind of like this weird, like, hybrid thing. But it's extremely charming. And I would love to see more. So I think that's the safe prediction. One level below that, Rhythm Heaven. Nintendo's been bringing back some of their old series. Rhythm Heaven is popular-ish. I mean, I know there's that Melatonin game that just came out like last week. At least came to Switch last week. And you know, that game might be a lot like Rhythm Heaven. You know, I don't know. But I feel, even if it's just a remake of... I feel like people have been talking more about Rhythm Heaven recently. Mainly it's because I've seen people speedrunning the Wii game. But, specifically, you know, I've seen people like CJ and Jane Animations. And I know that circles I'm already in. But, right, I feel like I've seen a lot of people talking about that. And, I don't know. I think it would... Even if it's... I could totally see a new Rhythm Heaven game. Or, more specifically, I could see a remake of the Wii game. I think if they put out the Wii game ported to Switch for $60 or for $40, that would sell like gangbusters. Everything on Switch sells well. So while Rhythm Heaven is not the most popular series, I feel like it would do fine. I feel like a lot of people would come out of the woodworks to be like, hey, go out and support this game, and I think it would probably do fine. I feel like as a budget game... Also, I don't have Metroid Prime, the Metroid Prime remake that was rumored. I could see that next year. I could see them saying like, hey, Metroid Prime 4 is coming out in 2024. But for those who want to play Metroid Prime 1 is being remade, so that way you can play it before the new one comes out. I could see that happening this year. And then finally on that list of 3 games, Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo Ziplash, I know, came out in, 2015. It was a game doomed to fail that played nothing like the original Chibi Robo. So I could see Nintendo just doing an HD remake of the original Chibi Robo GameCube game. Take the game, put it on... God, I would love game. It would be a great game for the GameCube Virtual Console that I know Nintendo will never make. But literally, that's all I want. I would be happy if they just had a GameCube Virtual Console and one of the games was Chibi Robo. I'd be perfectly A-okay with that. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. But yeah, so one of those 3 series is going to probably come back. Which one, if I had to guess, I would probably lean towards Tomodachi Life. I mean, and especially because we got Miitopia a few years ago, I think it just makes sense. But we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, yeah. So Super Nintendo Land opens in Universal Studios Orlando next year. And I also... I think they're working on a Donkey Kong Land or something. You know what else I'm going to predict? Something Zelda-related. I'm predicting we're going to get something Zelda... Not theme park-wise. But, you know, Nintendo's been working on these, multimodal projects that are not just video games. Maybe we get and even if it's just the announcement of, hey, we're making a Zelda show, or we're making, something Zelda-related. Even if it's hey, well, guess what? The Mario movie was so successful, we're doing a Zelda movie. I think we're going to get something Zelda, finally. I think that just makes sense. Oh, they must have fell in. So yeah, that's a prediction from me. We're going to get something Zelda-related. The Mario movie's going to come out. It's going to be good. It's not going to be great. It's going to be the best Illumination movie, but that's because Illumination's movies are usually a 5 out of 10. I don't know. I feel like there was at least... At one time, there must have been one good Illumination movie. Right? They can't have always been garbage. Actually, they totally could have. But yeah, I think the Mario movie is going to do fine. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if in the wake of that they announce something else. Whether it be just the I don't expect anything actually to happen. But just the announcement of something else I think would be good enough. Any other big, bold predictions from Nintendo? No, not really. I mean, literally everything I just named would make for a great year for Nintendo. I mean, I'm sure we'll get... would we get something from Monolith next year? I know we just had Xenoblade. I would love a port of X, but I don't think that's going to happen. Because, yeah, a port of X, and then the announcement of X2 coming in 2024. That'd be cool, but I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's all I got for Nintendo. So other gaming studios, non-Nintendo stuff. Spider-Man 2. It's going to come out on PS5, and I think it's been confirmed for that. Yeah, they're going to hit their release date this year. I hope it. Again, my big worry is that the open world just feels right. It's the same open world as the last one. I know that's probably the case, but I want it to somehow feel fresh. Somehow they've got to make it feel new. Don't know how exactly they're going to do that, but I'm sure they'll figure out something. I'm sure there's tons of ways to do it. But yeah, I'm excited for. Honestly, that's another game I know all the Nintendo stuff I'm really excited for. That's something non-Nintendo that I'm really excited for because I liked the PS4 game. I did. It's got problems, but yeah, fixing the open world, not as many raid bases, you know. Like, that was, like, Gotham Knights. Oh my god, so many raid bases. That really does start to get to you. So yeah, not as many raid bases would be nice. But we'll see what they do. I'm excited for Venom. I really hope they do something gameplay-wise with Venom. That it's not just like, oh, here's the symbiote costume, right? Like that, and like a whole series of those. But no, they actually do something like mechanic-wise. Like, part of me worries of them being too much like Infamous. I liked the Infamous games, but you know, good and bad meters are like this really weird thing when you think about it. And so I don't want that, but I'm sure there's something they can do with that. Like, I don't want like a rage meter, but Starfield, that's the big Xbox game. I don't think we have a release date for Starfield. Because it was originally supposed to come out on 11/11/12. Let me look. Starfield. It's just scheduled for 2023. I could see it, you know, I could see them basically delaying it for a full year. I could also have seen it coming out in May, right, hitting that around the same time as Breath of the Wild. Or Tears of the Kingdom. It definitely, I mean, honestly, it would be, I could totally see Xbox being like, Starfield, you know, for all you people playing Nintendo games, you know, Tears of the Kingdom is out. But for everybody else on PC and Xbox who don't have a Switch, I mean, here's Starfield. There'd at least be a month between the two. At least I'd like to hope so. But yeah, I could see that as well, admittedly. I could, let's be honest here. But I don't think it will. I don't know. Honestly, but the prediction for Starfield, it's gonna be Cyberpunk again. It's gonna be buggy, it's gonna be broken. Part of the reason they delayed the game is out of fear of making another Cyberpunk. But you gotta remember, before Cyberpunk, there was Fallout 76. Before Fallout 76, there was Fallout 4. Before Fallout 4, there was fucking Skyrim. Those games are those games are just as buggy as Cyberpunk. We just forgave them for it, right? It's like I said with one of the things I didn't mention when talking about Scarlet and Violet is I know the game's buggy for people. I know it's broken. But if it had run at a consistent frame rate, a lot less people would have given a shit. Right? Because it's fun. Skyrim is a very fun game that is buggy as all hell and is still broken. There are still game-breaking bugs almost over 10 years later, over a decade later, that are still in the game. Right? Because Bethesda doesn't care. So yeah, while I know they delayed the game to avoid another Starfield, it wouldn't surprise me if this game is just another Starfield. Or if Starfield is another Cyberpunk. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Because usually Bethesda doesn't give a shit. And game players and critics both cut them too much slack. Right? People cut them too much slack with Skyrim, and then Fallout 4 was so fucking broken. This isn't the first time that's happened. I doubt it will be the last. Oh, it's a very tight window that I just can't reach. So yeah, I mean, it might still be fun, but I'll be honest, I don't have high expectations for it. I fully expect it to be broken and buggy. Mina the Hollower comes out next year. That's the new game by Yacht Club. I'm excited. I'm just excited for it. Like, straight up, that's it. I'm just excited for Mina the Hollower. I love, you know, Shovel Knight's one of my favorite of all time. I hope, right? It's weird that it's a Game Boy game. Like, it's weird, or it's a, right? It's weird that they used the art style of Link's Awakening instead of Link to the Past. I find that kind of weird. But, you know, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll, right? Because you would have think they would have gone from an 8-bit game to a 16-bit game. But, yeah, you know, I'm sure, as long as the gameplay's good, and it seems good, I think we'll be fine. Silksong, same thing. I think Silksong, and I have no release date ideas for Mina the Hollower. It could be May, it could be December. Honestly, anything. Anything's possible. Silksong, same thing. My guess for... So Microsoft claimed that their next game will be coming out, or that every game they talked about during E3 will be coming out within the next year. Technically, that means that Silksong should be coming out before June. And you know what? It's possible. It's completely possible that it comes out before June. But it might not. You know? It'd be cool. I think it's going to be on Game Pass. I think that's what it sounds like. Either way, I'll play it on Switch. I'm excited for it. Hades 2, it's probably Epic Games. I think, did they say it was going to be Epic Games Store exclusive again? At least for the betas. And I probably will not play the betas. I did not play Hades betas, and even though I'm super excited for Hades 2, I will probably wait for it to come to Switch. You know, just being transparent here, because I know they're going to do a lot of beta testing to, you know, really figure these things out and really make a game that people like, right? Because they listen to developer feedback. Or player feedback. That's what made the first Hades so successful, is that they listened. And so I think they're doing the same thing again, and I think it'll all pay off again. So I probably will not play it next year. I'll probably have to wait until 2023. But when it does come in 2023 or 2024, it's going to be awesome. The new game from Maddie Thompson, the creator of Celeste, is, I think, 2024, so yeah, we'll see that when that comes. Minecraft. So as you know, Minecraft, right, they've had all these controversies these past years. Even though the game's still great, right, it's been riddled with controversy. I had this realization. You know what Mojang / Microsoft need to do? You know what would fix all of their problems? Minecraft 2. That's not a joke. I know Minecraft 2 is like a joke. No, I'm being serious here. The inherent problem with Minecraft's development is that Mojang has these certain standards and expectations for the game. Right? Minecraft has to play a certain way. It has to work certain ways. If we change things up, that'll ruin how we envision the game. So that's why Minecraft can never change. Right? That's the problem. That's the inherent problem. And so I think what Mojang needs to do is they just need to be like, yep, do like one big final update, 1.21, and be like, that's it. This is the final big Minecraft update, right? And we're going to basically preserve the game in amber, right? We all know what Minecraft is. We all know how it plays. So that's it, right? The perfect vision of what Minecraft is. And then just make Minecraft 2, basically build the original game from the ground up, right? Just like all these little like weird things in the code, all these weird little problems, because you know the game was originally built on fucking JavaScript. Fix all of those issues and then make a new Minecraft, right? The original game will always be there, preserved in amber for the people who want to play it that specific way. And then for all the things that people do want, you know, all these like cool ideas that Mojang will never do, right? Because they're too scared. Boom. Now they have Minecraft 2 that they can just do whatever they want with. No more limitations, because the original Minecraft is always there. Always preserved in amber, unaffected. It gets rid of all of the hype and the standards set by the original Minecraft. Basically giving you a clean slate to do whatever you want. That's how you fix Minecraft's problem. You start fresh. You start from the beginning. And technically you're not even starting from the beginning. You're literally just remaking the base game and then just remaking new stuff on top of it. Right? Minecraft 2. That's it. That's how you solve the Minecraft problems. Because, yeah, the developers are clearly scared to make any major changes. Or at least it feels like it'll... In the recent year, with all the controversies, it's very clear that, yeah, what fans want and what the developers want are two different things. So, preserve Minecraft, and then just make Minecraft 2. That is based a lot on fan feedback. That, you know, does do all these cool things that, you know, Minecraft could do, but won't. And then the original game's just always there. I know that sounds crazy, and I know I'm just like that, and I'm sure there's problems with that, especially because you're going from a player base of millions, probably down to a player base of billions down to a player base of millions. Because let's be honest, a lot of people are going to start doing this Minecraft 2 thing, and you need full transparency. Like, hey, this is the last Minecraft update because we're starting Minecraft 2. It's going to be a while, and, you know, you're going to go a year without, a year or even 2 years without an update. Right? Have a development blog or something. But there is totally a way. And the entire time, Minecraft is never going to stop selling. That's the thing. I don't know. It's something I realized, like, in the past week, and I was like, that's how you fix all the problems. Every issue, every little complaint, that fixes all of them. Theoretically, if they do it well, that's the thing. And I don't think it'd be that hard to, like... I mean, of course, if they put microtransactions in it, like they did in the original Minecraft, then yeah, they'll fuck it up. But they don't have to. Because the original Minecraft is always there. And they already fucked up that one with microtransactions. I don't know. It's just something crazy I've been thinking about. Because, God, I love Minecraft. But it really has become tenuous over the past year. And I want it all worked out. Because I want the game to succeed. I mean, I know it's already succeeded. But I still love it. And I want it to be good. And, you know, finally, this is how we get vertical slabs. Mojang doesn't want to put vertical slabs in the game. Minecraft 2. Vertical slabs. Bluestone. Right? Boom. That's how you do all of it. It'd work. It would work. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, that's all the gaming stuff I have. So everything else, MCU Phase 5 starts this year, or next year. I am much more hopeful for it. You know, we start off with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumanium, then we get Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and then finally, The Marvels. I really hope all three of those turn out good. You know, I want all three of those to be great. I especially The Marvels. You know, I hope Quantumanium isn't bad. You know, I haven't hate anything that we've seen of it so far, but I also haven't loved anything we've seen of it so far. So I just hope it turns out good. I think we're in good hands with James Gunn. I don't think James Gunn is gonna... Right, to be fair, I said the same thing about Taika Waititi. We're in good hands, and then, nope, turned out that was untrue. So literally anything's possible. But I know Marvel is going to try to pivot Phase 5 as, like, the start of a brand new start. Because people were not happy with Phase 4. But yeah, I hope the 3 movies are better. I would love to see some stuff get delayed, maybe, you know... I'd honestly have no problem if they went back down to 2 movies a year. Just to put some more time into these things to make sure they all turn out better. I don't think they will, but I would love if they did. I would love it if they did. TV show wise, I don't think Daredevil is next year. It might be. Actually, it might be. It might be in like August. But, or like, you know, end of the year. I know Secret Invasion, which I'm not excited. I watched Secret Invasion. I am not excited for it at all. I have no interest in it. I mean, if it had been an Avengers movie, then maybe. But as just like a TV show thing, nah, I don't care. So yeah, that, Echo is, I know Echo is next year, and that might be, I hope that's good. I want Echo to be good. I feel like there is potential there, but there also, it might be nothing. And I know there are other Marvel TV shows. I literally don't remember any of them. Marvel TV shows 2023. Ironheart. You know, I thought Ironheart was fine. And, Black Panther 2, sure. And then Agatha, was it called Coven of Chaos? I swear it was called something different. Oh, maybe it was called House of Harkness, and then they changed it to Coven of Chaos. It might be good. Honestly, again, kind of like Secret War. Like, I thought, the Agatha reveal in WandaVision was fine, but I did not need the show to exist. You know, it might be good, it might... And I know you can say the same thing about Echo, right? Echo was fine in Hawkeye, but I didn't need the show. But I honestly feel like Echo is an interesting enough character, right? Whereas I get a lot less from Agatha Harkness. I know she is a bigger thing in the comics. You know, I know there's more there in the comics. But the actual... But, like, Echo, I know, right? The idea of Echo is one I like, right? Whereas, Daredevil, but for sound. That's a cool... yeah. That's a cool idea. I like that idea. I feel like there's a lot of potential. Again, they made Shang-Chi good. They can totally make this good. And again, they can make all of this good. But, you know. It really just depends on what they do with it. So, yeah. Let's see. Next up. So, there's been a lot of... So, if you've been on TikTok recently, there's been a lot of talk about adults watching the children's show Bluey. So... I've known parents who are like, you know, most children's shows suck, but Bluey fucking slaps, right? I think that's a quote from Ify Wadiway, but like that's a real thing I've heard, right? That Bluey is the one good children's show, and then this year, right, like in the past like few months, it's just been all these, and I say adults, I mean like, I'm talking about people in like their 20s, maybe early 30s. Just talking about how good Bluey is. And yeah. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm in my mid-20s. Do I really need to fucking watch this Bluey show? But I think I'm probably going to. Just being honest here. You know, I've watched other things. I'll probably watch Bluey. So that's probably something that's going to be happening next year. So keep an eye out for that. Because, yeah, you know, feel-good shows are fine. I know some people will say, like, oh, no, they're not. You gotta only watch stuff that makes you fucking miserable. But, nah, fuck that. Fuck that notion. You can do both. You can do both. That's what I'm saying. Also, TV, I know I started Ghost and Molly McGee back in, like, November. And now here we are in December, and I haven't talked about it in, like, a month. I'm currently in the middle, or I'm near the end of Season 1, and we'll probably honestly be talking about that in, like, 2 weeks. I'd be surprised if I don't finish it either later this week or next week. It'll be soon. No matter what, it will be soon. We will be talking about... You know, screw it. We're going to the other side. I would not be surprised if, yeah, I finished Ghost of Molly. I think there might be a second season, but it's not on Disney+, which makes everything so much harder. So, yeah, we'll see. Any other show? Again, there's all those shows I need to watch. I need to watch Hilda. I need to watch fucking all that other shit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I actually get around to watching any of it. The one thing I have on here, books. So there was recently a sale at Barnes and Nobles where all hardcover books 50% off. So I went to Barnes and Nobles to see what was on sale, and I found all the Witcher books, all 8 of them. All hardcover, all 50% off, and I was like, "Oh shit. Oh, okay." So on an impulse, I bought all 8 Witcher books. It was still a chunk of change, but not near. I also had a gift card to Barnes and Nobles as well. So yeah, because I got that over Christmas. But yeah, so I was like, oh, as like an impulse purchase, here's all 8 Witcher books. So I'm gonna start hopefully reading those sometime next year. I don't know if I'm gonna read all 8 next year. I kind of doubt that, but I'll at least get through like 1 or 2. There's some other books I need to read as well. Some other random things that like I've been meaning to read or I've been pushing off. I don't know if I want. I picked up. I don't even know if I'll ever read it, honestly. I picked up the 4th Hunger Games book, Ballad of Songs and Snakebirds, or whatever the fuck it was called. I think it's Ballad of Songs and Snakebirds. I kind of don't give a shit about it at all. But I have the other 3. I read the Hunger Games. I loved the first Hunger Games. I liked the second one as well. Third one, no. Fuck the third one. But I like the first 2. And I picked it up anyways because it was so cheap. So maybe that's good, maybe that's a bad thing. I picked up a few. Currently, I have Audible at the moment. I think I talked about that in the past. How I've got Audible for the next few months. So I've got to figure out what what audiobooks I want to buy with the credits I have. Because I've got a few. Or I've got one. Yeah, I don't know. I wish there was... I need to just find, like, a list. That's like, hey, here's the good book that came out this month that we recommend, you picking up on Audible. Because I feel... Like, when it comes to movies and TV, I really do know what I like. I know what I like. I know what I'm going to watch. And, I'm fine with taking a risk. But when it comes to books, I just feel like I'm so much more in the dark. I'm not in those circles. I don't read any fan fiction as well. That's another thing, which... that was something I've also been thinking about. Like, should I start reading... Like, especially after watching that Sarah Zed video, which I know people have problems with. Like, I literally just put it on because I needed something to watch. But I know people have problems with that video in and of itself. And I was like, you know what? I need to... Oh, I was trying to lead this over here. I was like, you know what? I know there's that Sarah Zed fan fiction, right? That video has its own problems, but I kind of should I be reading fan fiction? Because I've written fan fiction, but then it's one of those things where it's like you write it. It's like when you write a letter to yourself and then you just burn it, right? That's me with fan fiction. I write it and then I just leave it on a Google Doc somewheres on a computer that no longer exists. Or a Google Doc. It'd be a Word doc. I mean, honestly, it might have been both over the years. It's been a long time. Ah, shit. I've been in the game a while. Okay, I'm not the best weapon to take out that fly fish with. This is gonna kill me. Oh, it killed him. So yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, so I got that. Anything else? I don't know. I'm sure there's other things I'm forgetting about that that I want to do in 2023. I know in the previous years so CGP Grey or GCP Grey, whichever one it is, has a whole thing about instead of making like a New Year's goal, make a theme, like your year's theme, the past few years it has been don't die of COVID, and even though I didn't die of COVID, but I did catch COVID this year, so that fucking sucked. I've got nothing for next year. Legitimately, like, I've done a few things over the years, but I have no ideas for next year, right? Because now that I've caught COVID and, triple vaxxed and all that jazz, it's like, okay, well, what else? What do I do now? I know it's all about self-improvement things, and, there's some obvious stuff, but, no. I don't know. Right now, I have no ideas. I probably won't think of one anytime in the next... I might think of something in the next 24 hours, but at this moment, I've got nothing. Ugh. So, yeah. But yeah, I guess that takes us to the outro. Oh, hey, look, it's this wave. Oh, I missed the Explosher already. Honestly, this is a good wave 3 to end on. We'll be fine. We'll actually complete this one. Probably. I don't think I've ever failed one of these waves before, but who knows? Oh, were you trying to... Oh, that might have actually been clever. I don't know if that... maybe it does. So yeah, so in the next... So technically, when it comes to Enchant is based on years. Kind of. Technically, the first season ran for 2 years. Wow, we actually failed that. We ran out of time. Oh my god, if I had just grabbed one... Whatever. So, Enchant is based on years. Right? The original season was 2018 to 2019. Technically, I think it ends in 2020, actually. Because I needed a show in February, because I had a few updates and whatnot, and I was like, oh, we'll just use Enchant. Same thing with, like, I needed a show to talk about Game of the Year, so yeah. Oops. No, I did not want to do that. We're quitting. So yeah, that was so Enchant is technically but that was the first season. Since then, Season 2 just ran for 2021, and Season 2, or Season 3 that we're currently in, is so far just been 2022. So, the next episode of Enchant it would make sense to be the first episode of Season 4. I know I previously talked about, well, am I going... Because I wanted to rename Enchant, or even just get rid of it entirely. And I know I had been talking about that, and it would make sense to do. It would make sense to do right now between seasons. Right, we're in between seasons right now. Let's just start the new in the new year, new show. I guess I'm still just kind of hooked to the name. I know it's not a perfect name or anything. Nothing. I cannot think of names to save my life. So yeah. While it would make sense if I wanted to reboot it or make a new show, right, rename it, I would just do that next year. But no, I'm probably not. Hot chip and lie. We're probably just going to go into Season 4 with the new year. The first is probably the Splatfest, which is, the 6th. So yeah, we'll be back for the Splatfest next week in the first episode. Which, again, this show comes from Splatfests. That's where it originally came from, back when it was a monthly show. It is still probably going to remain a weekly show. I've had, for all the troubles I have streaming otherwise, Enchant is the one thing I can do. Oh, God, the fucking wind he's had. Oh wow, that's a fucking deep cut. Get it? But yeah, no, I think we're gonna be back for another season, for season 4, and it's gonna continue being a weekly show. I don't think we missed a single week since we started back up. I don't know what was. Wait, let me Google something real quick. What was 40 weeks ago? Yeah, 40 weeks ago from today would have been March 26th, 2022, and I think we finished up Animal Crossing on either the 20th or the 20th, sometime in there. I don't think we didn't miss a single week. Admittedly, the show moved from a Friday show to a Saturday show, and then for the past 2 episodes, it's been a Friday show again. But yeah, sometimes it's always a show over the weekend, but we just haven't missed a week, and I think that's going to continue. I think we're going to continue to be a weekly show. I have no intentions of stopping that. You know, everything has worked fine up until this point. Why break it? I'm fine with, honestly, the month was too long. Like, looking back on it, like, there are stories that I completely forget about by the month. And the way I'm more and more in tune to news now. Like, yeah, did I lose Nobelion? Yes. Does that suck? Is he my one in memoriam? I guess. But yeah. Oh god, I was looking back at my old lists, and there was like a 30-minute window where the mic was accidentally muted in the 2018 Game of the Year list, and I was like, God, could you imagine? Because I haven't been looking at, other than I've had the chat up, and that's it. I've just been assuming, oh, the timer and everything else has just been working. Like, if the stream went down, I wouldn't have known. But I think we're fine. I think we're fine. God, could you imagine if I'd been muted that whole time? God, I could not have done it. I mean, I said we were going for 4 hours, and my timer officially ends at 4:20. So yeah, I mean, right now we're almost at 4. We're at 4:26. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we'll be back with season 2. Are we gonna ever return to Fall Guys or anything else? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Literally anything is possible. But yeah. But yeah, I don't, for Twitch, you know, like there are some years where it's like, oh, I want to go in and I want to do these big things. Nope, I have no big plans. No, nothing. Just continuing, keeping on the same course, you know. If things get better, things get better. If they don't, they don't, you know, it happens. Oh, we unlocked a bunch of stuff. So we'll see. You know, whatever the new year has hold for us. I wonder how mystery those mystery boxes actually are. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I got a card badge? Huh, interesting. So, yeah. Just keep it on, keep it on. And games of what we're going to do. I mean, you know, new releases. Maybe Breath of the Wild. I don't know. We might. We might do Breath of the Wild. I mean, I kind of want to replay it. I kind of want to replay Mario Odyssey as well. Oh, I like that. The outfit really matches the picture. You know, I would love to do that. I'd love to do both of those games. We're going to be back with Pokemon sometime later in the week. Probably either Monday or Tuesday. And, you know, we're going to do all the gyms again. That'll be fun. But yeah, Pokemon. I'd love to do Pikmin, like I said. Basically, I'd love to do stuff that's getting new games next year. Right? I want to replay Zelda. I want to play all 3 Pikmin games again. Even though I just replayed Pikmin 3, I love it so much, I'd happily play it again. So we'll see. Whatever the New Year's has hold. And yeah, I think that's it, really. That's what it all comes down to. You know, just keep on keeping on. Still working, you know, work's going... It's work. It's going fine. You know. I'm definitely gonna be busy. But that's when that comes. So yeah, we'll be back next week with whatever the day has to hold. Or we'll be back with Pokemon, and then yeah, in chat. Season 4. It happens when it happens. So for now, I guess I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time. Happy New Year's. May all acquaintance be forgot. Something, something. Peace.